Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call to order the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for September 18th. Welcome to all of you. We got a pretty long meeting today. It starts this morning. It has a recess at noon, and we meet this afternoon about a bunch more things. So I think our packet of dockets was about this much today, so there was a lot to read, most of which we read, I think. So yeah. Anyway, so if you would, please join us with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So this is the time that we usually have citizen input, but one of our commissioners had the opportunity last week to go to Washington, D.C., and was there for the memorial for the 9/11 ceremony. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about it.
It was an amazing experience, and when I asked Congressman Walden's office for the opportunity to go to the 9/11 ceremony, I never realized that I was in a very, very small and select group of people attending it. The day before, we had a meeting in the White House, an intergovernmental meeting with lots of heads and people right underneath about what's going on here, what are our issues in Oregon. We were with Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana, North, South Dakota, and it was an amazing experience as far as being in the Eisenhower building and talking about, what we're dealing with, what are our issues in Oregon. And Oregon people are not shy, so our state was it was totally represented that day. But going the next day, I was the only person from our delegation that had the privilege and the humbling experience of going to the Pentagon. We had to go through 4 different securities to get into the east wing of the White House for a quick tour in the morning. 4 of them. They had dogs circling us, all kinds of things. But to go to the Pentagon, we just went through one little check-in. They had our names, of course. It was everyone that was involved from the Pentagon were there. They had 184 cadets standing and next to the benches representing all the people that died that day. They read all their names. I've watched the ceremony before from New York, from the towers, from those people, and this was everyone that either was in the plane or in the Pentagon. They have benches. If they were on the plane, their bench faces the building. If they were in the Pentagon, their bench faces out. So, they definitely, you can clearly see who they were. And there were so many commanders. There were so many people that had such, it was the top of the top. And they were killed that morning when that plane hit, the American flight hit. There were American flight attendants at the ceremony. There were family members that were identified as family members. And it was a short ceremony. President Trump and Melania actually attended and gave a speech. There were just a couple, the Department of Defense spoke for a few minutes. It was a very short but powerful ceremony reminding us all why we're there and why we do what we do. And I know I'll never forget it. There was actually a man from Pendleton High School near me that had served in the Army. He was a 31-year lieutenant colonel in the Army who had retired, but then he was working in the Pentagon. And he was one of the people who did perish that morning, and I did find his bench. So on a personal touch, we all remember that morning and where we were. And, we remember seeing the people jumping out of the towers, but to actually see the impact of what happened in that enormous concrete building. I just talked to someone, a county commissioner from Harney County, actually, who lived a mile from the building, and their house shook when the plane hit. So I will never forget 9/11, nor I will forget the humbling experience of going to the Pentagon. You can actually visit the memorial, I believe, on other times if you do want to see it. It's just it's very tastefully done, but it's a small reminder of those 184 people that lost their lives in Washington, D.C. that day. So that's,
Thanks for sharing that, yeah.
anyway.
So, any other comments for it?
Oh, I did want to
Thank
say,
you for attending. I mean, it's wonderful you were able to represent us.
I forgot to say, the cabinet, the entire cabinet with perhaps the Steve Pompeo, the Secretary of State, was not there. I didn't see him, but all the other cabinet people were there, and I did personally get to thank Secretary Chow for the $60 million that helped our infra grants here on the, Highway 97. So that was something that kind of just, everyone was walking right by us. So it was amazing.
Probably surprised her.
opportunity.
Probably surprised her then.
Yeah, she was like, how did you get here? So Congressman Walden.
Good, thanks for that. Now is the time for citizen input. If anyone has anything they want to talk about, other than, that's not on the agenda, there's some blue forms up here, and you can fill it out. We do have one, it's already been turned in, Jan Olson. So if you come up, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Well, thanks, Commissioner Adair, for your observations. That was a very moving day for all of us.
It was a moving day.
Yeah, definitely. Well, to bring it back around, it's nothing more American than hemp. And we appreciate the opportunity. We appreciate the opportunity to Deschutes County to be able to participate. What I'd like to tie in today, we've all had personal discussions, and emails back and forth about some of the impacts that happen within the county, and they're somewhat serious. What I'd like to do is give an opportunity to clarify a little bit the origin of HB 4060 and some of the give that was afforded the counties during that process. So in 2015, when we wrote the law, you guys were well underway within your discussions in the county on reasonable time, place, and manner. We noticed within that legislation that there wasn't any specific language into the statute that would give any protections. The only thing that was really readily available was to tie it back to Oregon 93, right to farm. That exclusively only protects EFU parcels. At that time when we wrote the law, the small group that was doing it didn't really affect anybody because it was all EFU landholders, and we understood that to be responsible, that was the right way to do it. Most of those are the ones with the irrigation. We have RR parcels without irrigation, rights on them. You have RR10s like that at 120,000 gallons an hour per acre, pulling from the groundwater. That's serious. These are the concerns that we're bringing to the table. This isn't about, relitigating the legitimacy of the process, but bringing reins around the waste, tons per acre, the groundwater. And all we're asking for is a public discussion. Right or wrong, I'm not here to say. We want to get the facts forward. We want public opinion into this. You do have oversight over reasonable time, place, and manner on RR and MUA parcels. Simple as that. That's all I have to say. So hopefully
Okay.
sooner.
Any questions?
So for clarity, you're advocating
I'm
for
advocating for a public discussion.
possibility of regulations on
Possibility
RR
on
and
ours and
MUA 10,
potentially.
which would clarify that hemp,
I have some.
Only on-
There was never the intention to have RRs involved. I live on RR. I don't farm on RR. There's a responsibility there. This is an industrial process. This is an industrial crop. It needs to be, you need oversight. At this point, you have no mechanisms to even know how many parcels are under RR. No mechanisms to know how many parcels are under MUA. Who has groundwater? Who has irrigation surface rights? There's a lot of, you just don't know. So what I'm asking for is clarification and awareness, because, this isn't, everyone always brings it back on me like this isn't an anti-competition. This is reality. When we wrote the law in 2015, it was a give to the counties. We passed a law with 4 nay votes in the House and 100% yes in the Senate, based on the criteria that we gave. We gave you guys oversight back. I'm sorry that we weren't so clear in the beginning, because we're necessarily that concerned. But as I look at it now, it's definitely a reason for concern.
Any questions or?
What was that water number you used?
Well, okay. Basically, per acre, it's about 120 to 150,000 gallons per hour, per acre. That's real numbers. 6.7 gallons per hour per emitter. I have emitters every 8 inches, 20,000 feet basically an acre. For an acre, so you're looking at 120 to 150,000. And I'm pretty responsible with it, so it's significant. And my problem is that there's no way of counting. There's no way of accounting. We could personally go and investigate parcels and say, this person doesn't have irrigation rights, bring it to the water master and have the state handle it. you guys have had the oversight. You've basically, you beat marijuana to a pulp, and then somehow we flew under the radar, and that was great. But of anyone in the county who's coming to ask for a little oversight, it's me, and I'm asking for a public discussion. I'm not asking for anything else.
All right, well, thanks for sharing that. I think we'll have a chance to do some of that. One of the things I know we've not been clear on is when we met with Department of Agriculture, they basically said they're the ones that do all the licensing, so we haven't really spent much time looking at it. But then this year was significantly more growing than there was the year before, and you can definitely see smaller parcels, yeah.
600 or something. Deschutes County went from 2 to you have like 84 right now, and my problem is that you don't know how many acres are on. You have no mechanisms. I gave it to you from day one when we wrote the law, and it just hopefully there's just going to be public discussion. I'm not saying I'm the one that's going to make the decisions. It's a public.
Okay, thank you.
Leon?
Any other citizen input? Okay, the next item is our consent agenda. These are items that typically don't discuss. Any questions, withdrawals, changes? Seek a motion to approve the consent.
We approve our consent agenda for today, September 18th, 2019.
And I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
Just acknowledging, the first item is grant funds for veterans. There's suicide awareness and prevention, plus other funds. So the state legislature finishes their work, and they kind of figured out the resources available, and now we found more dollars are coming for veterans, so it's something to celebrate.
That, and it looks like a couple of, or an appointment to one of the board, Special District Road Board, so. Okay, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So next on our schedule is an action item, discussion of the collective bargaining agreement with Deschutes County Sheriff's Employee Association contract. The sheriff and Captain Up, and we appreciate you coming back. We thought we'd been shorted last week. We wanted to make sure you had a chance to be here, but it turned out we were ahead of schedule, which doesn't happen very often, so we got to it, and your people were coming in as we were done the whole meeting. So anyway, thanks for coming back.
Shane Nelson, Deschutes County Sheriff. Darren McMaster, Captain, for the record. Thanks for saying that. You guys did a great job. You were an hour and 10 minutes ahead of schedule, and I think that's wonderful.
Good.
That means you're very efficient. I appreciate the time today because it's important to me, and I feel it's important to my bosses, several in this room, that I recognize the commission for being such a good partner and a great supporter of law enforcement. I am really appreciative that you understand the need to have professional people in our profession and terrific people that go above and beyond in public safety, because that's the key to livability in this community. That and the great work that you all are doing on land use regulations, and I'll leave that there. But thank you for your support. Thanks for backing this collective bargaining agreement. It's always wonderful to work with my great partners, so thank you, commissioners.
So yeah, last week I didn't understand why nobody was in the room, and then right after it happened, we determined, because it was
You were way
scheduled
too
for
early.
an hour later. Yeah, but acknowledging the leadership of the union too, because they could be at the table possibly also. This is the time to acknowledge, that professional relationship, the long history in Deschutes County, the great folks that do provide the service, and all the represented groups. So that was all I was looking for last week, and it was just odd that nobody was here.
Yeah. Well,
He's sorry.
I apologize. Well, I was kind of mad. I'm like, why would nobody be in the room?
hey, we're only a phone call away.
Yeah, well, no, it was
takes
just
us 10 minutes to scramble.
Yeah.
That's admin. Our teammates that do the hard work, they scramble much earlier. But it's wonderful. I also want to recognize our association because they only want what's just and fair. And they live here too, and they understand that they work for the people, and they were a great partner in this process as well. So thanks, Commissioner, for pointing that out. But I thank you all. Did you?
Like to say anything?
Okay.
I might as well say my 2 cents. I mean, I as well appreciate your partnership and everything that we've accomplished here. We're all in this together. It's our county, it's your county, it's their county. We serve 190,000 people that support us, and we're appreciative of every one of them. And we just want to bring the best business and product to our citizens as possible. And so it takes a group effort, it takes a team, and we're all part of the team that work in the county. And so we just appreciate your partnership, and we hope to continue that in the future, obviously, and work together well.
So last week, we did kind of go through a few of the highlights just before, and then we've already voted on it. But for anybody that's watching or interested, it's a 3-year contract. We responded to some requests by the association for some particular changes in compensation on a few of the categories of the employees. We try to match it and take into consideration what other departments and other associations were doing, and it was an interesting process to work through that. But I think, speaking for me, I thought, being able to work with you, both of you, and the rest of the people, and Bruce Bischoff and Gary, and trying to kind of get something that we are aligned with was good. We only do this every 3 years, and I think we were quite a bit ahead of the last time we did the contract, so that was good. So I thought it was a good process, and happy with the result. So,
That was real positive.
Mr. Dare, any question?
I was very happy with the result, and I know that we were only 2 months behind, and in 2022, I'm hoping that we'll be ahead of the July 1st deadline, just because it looks like we're really paying attention. But it was, we got a lot accomplished, and we did get it, it was done fairly timely. So
Yeah, it actually was done very timely.
I know.
The reason and explanation for that, since that is a point of discussion, is sometimes you have changeover in leadership in the association, and as well as elected officials, and that can cause some delays. The one great thing is we have a partnership that's a good one with the association. So we start in December or January, and sometimes those things just happen, but we made it right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's great.
Thanks for coming today.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you for all that you do to make our county safe.
Thank you. You're welcome. It's an honor to do it. I'm going to shake hands.
Oh, there you
Thank
go.
you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Have a safe day.
One more.
There you go.
Okay. Bye, Shane.
Thanks for your time. Thank you.
All right, the next item on our agenda is the presentation of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee Annual Report and Awards. And Zachariah is going to lead us, but I think we've got other people in the room, and so we have a bunch of awards sitting there too, it looked like. So,
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, Zachariah Heck, Associate Planner for the Community Development Department, and also the Staff Liaison for the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. The BPAC members here today are here to discuss an annual report, as well as recognize several members in our community that have done outstanding jobs advocating and working toward better bicycle, pedestrian, public transport facilities throughout the county. Without further ado, I'll turn it over to Dave Thompson and Chris Cassard, the Chair and Vice Chair of BPAC, to go over the annual report and what BPAC has been working on and looks forward to doing next year.
Thank you, Zach. For the record, I'm Dave Thompson, Chair of the Deschutes County Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We report to you, so we're here to briefly touch on what we do, what we've accomplished in the past year, and our plans going forward, and then to present, as Zach said, some awards to some well-deserving citizens. So moving right into this, there's a memo in your packet. Sounds like it was a big packet, so I'm going to just touch on a few of the items in that memo. I'm not going to try and go over the entire thing in the interest of time, so if I miss anything that you're interested in, please ask. First of all, especially since we have one new commissioner this year, BPAC is made up of 13 citizen volunteers. Those people are appointed by both the cities in the region as well as the county commissioners. There are specific seats for each city in the county, as well as then the at-large positions that represent the entire county. So we report to you. We advise Deschutes County, the cities, and ODOT on best practices for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, as well as, we hope, representing the interests of the citizens of the county when it comes to bicycling and pedestrian access, as well as transit, where we touch on transit as the kind of the last mile problem. How do you get from the bus stop to your house or to your place of work? So that's who we are. We meet every month. We have a public meeting every month, and of course, we would love to have any of you attend if you'd like to join us at some point.
Day of the month is that?
It's the first Thursday, and we've now started meeting again through the summer, so we pretty much meet every month unless there's a snow emergency.
So one of the opportunities to get somebody to join is probably to get it to a work session so we could compare notes, because I don't know that one of us would specifically take it, but each month, trying to fit the next meeting in, it'll just fall into place sometimes, is my point.
Yeah.
So maybe send a note if you're interested, or we'll figure out a system just for the invitations so we can find a spot in our schedule.
Absolutely. So I'd like to just touch briefly on some of the activities that BPAC has undertaken in the last, actually 15 months. I think it was a year ago, June, that we were here last. Once again, we sponsored and hosted a summit for the three-county area on bicycling and pedestrian issues. That's been going on now. I think this was the 7th annual summit. We had it in Bend for the first time. We've mostly been trying to get out to the outlying areas of the three counties, but this year we had it in Bend. We had 50 to 60 people at the summit. It was, and we had some excellent presenters. We're really focused this year on two main areas connecting within our community. So we have, for instance, a lot of bicycle and pedestrian facilities in Bend, Redmond, Lapine, all sisters. But in a lot of cases, there are gaps. And so if someone is trying to get to the store or get to their place of employment, they may have a great facility for 80% of that, but then they've got a difficult or uncomfortable situation. So we're trying to focus on how do we help identify and get those gaps closed. And Chris is going to talk a little bit more about that going forward. And then the other main agenda item was how do we do more to connect between our communities? And again, Chris is going to talk to that, but we had a lot of interested people show up, both who are working on that and who are interested in how that's going to happen and how they can help. So it was very successful. We spent a fair amount of time providing input on the bicycle and pedestrian elements in the transportation safety action plans that are being developed by both Deschutes County Road Department and by the Bend MPO. Safety is always a critical concern, I think, for people who are bicycling or walking or getting to a transit stop. And I think that the county's decision to authorize the road department to build the Transportation Safety Action Plan was just awesome, to be honest, and we were very excited to be able to provide a lot of input into that, and we're looking forward to seeing the end result, and more importantly, how that turns into action going forward. So The other thing that the committee does a lot of is we get asked to provide input to a lot of project planning efforts from a bicycle and pedestrian perspective by agencies throughout the county and by ODOT. Some of the ones that we provided input to over the past year include the Smith Rock State Park Master Plan. They were specifically looking at access issues due to the amount of traffic. The Pilot Butte Master Plan, where they're looking at, State Parks is looking at how to improve Pilot Butte, but trails in Pilot Butte also serve as a transportation corridor for school children and other people. The South Century Drive Transportation Study, which looked at traffic issues from Mount Bachelor south, which is used heavily in the summer, of course, by people trying to get to trails, but is also used by people who are bicycling or hiking between locations. So, then ODOT with the US 20 at Tumalo Safety Plan, which I know Commissioner Adair was also at some of those meetings. So we, again, that's a key role for BPAC. We're looked on as the go-to place to get citizen input that's specific to bicycle and pedestrian planning efforts, and we appreciate the chance to do that. And finally, I'd note that we have been able to provide input to the Bend Transportation Plan update. That's primarily through the Bend MPO Technical Advisory Committee that BPAC has a seat on that committee, and so we're obviously, again, focused on the bicycle, pedestrian, and transit pieces of that. So there are plenty of other things that we've done, but I'm going to stop there. Are there any questions?
I have a couple questions. In your handout, it said that 11% of the fatal crashes in Bend were bicycle related. Was that in 2017 then that 11% came from? It's on page 6 of 10.
I don't have the answer to that right off my head.
I believe the answer to that,
5 years? Okay.
it's a multi-year study done by.
Okay, so that was for 5 years and it was 11%. Okay. And then you also mentioned in here that those rectangular rapid flashing beacons, there's a problem now putting them in and they're on hold because of a patent issue or something, federal state thing, and that's still in existence at this time? It has cleared up? Okay, all right, because I was like, thank you. I needed to know that. Great. So thank you. That's really pretty significant, though, don't you think, for 5 years to be over 10%?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
I mean, like, oh my gosh.
Fortunately, it's a 10% of a fairly small number, but it's still way too many, right?
Right.
So, yes. And since you brought it up, I guess I would comment that in the Transportation Safety Action Plans, BPAC's input has been very strong that we need to put a lot of focus into what's referred to as systemic issues as opposed to a specific infrastructure solution at a specific intersection. That 11% is in absolute numbers a very small number, and so we don't believe that saying, well, we had one at this intersection means we should go spend $1 million on this intersection. The next one probably will be at a different intersection. So we believe we have to look at bigger issues, including, how people think about using the transportation system and how safely they do it and things like that. It's not an easy thing, but we believe we need to put some serious focus into those issues as well as into infrastructure. So,
And I noticed you're working on a route from Sisters to Bend off
Well-
Highway 20?
well,
We're working on really overstating it.
Okay,
Vision.
a vision.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's a fabulous vision,
praying
so.
for
it.
Okay, I believe in prayer.
and we've had input. I had someone who lives actually in Prineville and works in Redmond call and say, hey, what can we do to start looking at getting a better route so that I can commute to work between Prineville and Redmond. And so Chris can talk a little bit more about that. So
Okay.
I will.
Got to make it up the hill in the morning and then you're home.
Yeah, that it's easy.
That's right.
Hard haul, but it can be.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah. So at this point, I'm going to turn over to Chris to talk a bit about our goal process. So.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. Good morning, Commissioners. First of all, I want to say that, well, for the record, my name's Christopher Cassard. I'm the Vice Chair of BPAC and have been for a few years now. I will preface my remarks by saying that really everything I have to talk about is included in the summary memo that we provided. I'm not going to make the assumption that you've had the opportunity to read every word of that, although based on your comments a moment ago, Commissioner Adair, I may be selling you short.
No,
So
I do agree.
I do
We
appreciate
have the opportunity to read it all. It's just
You-
sometimes we have so much, we don't
I
get through everything.
fully understand.
We've all
I-
taken a look at
I
this.
think we had
so
1,300 pages or something.
Yes.
for this meeting.
Lucky you. What Dave didn't talk about is that although BPAC's been in existence for a number of years, we went through a fairly significant transition in the last year. We had a turnover in our leadership a year plus ago, and concurrent with that, we had a significant turnover in our membership. So we felt it was appropriate as part of as part of evolving as a committee that we stand back a little bit and look at what it is that we do as a committee. Out of that came a couple things. Probably most significantly was an expression by various members of our committee of some frustration over the committee, although it looks at a lot of things, it listens to a lot of people, and it provides advice and feedback, it has a very short list, if any, of actual deliverables and concrete things that we're involved with. And obviously, as a committee of citizen volunteers, there's a limited amount that we can do in that direction. But we felt that it was appropriate for the committee, in addition to the other work that we've done that is documented in the lengthy report, that we take on some overarching objectives, something that we believe that the citizens of Deschutes County would really like to see occur in the bike pedestrian world. That's what led to the set of 3 objectives that you see starting on page 2 of the summary memo. BPAC has identified 3 different directions or involvements that we'd like to have as kind of an umbrella direction, if you will. One of them is creating lower stress connecting routes between municipalities. And this deals rather directly with the comments you made a minute ago, Commissioner Adair, regarding the fatality rate. To the extent that we can get bicyclists and pedestrians off of the high-stress transportation routes by providing acceptable alternatives, then we're likely to have fewer fatalities, fewer traffic problems of all kinds, and frankly make it an encouragement that there be more cycling and pedestrian use because it's safer and people are more comfortable with it. So that's one general direction. The most obvious example is, as you pointed out, the link between Sisters and Bend that would be off of Highway 20. Another one, frankly, is getting through the Tunnellow intersection that I know is under consideration, and a further one is getting through the Terrebonne crossing of the bike route that goes from Sisters to Terrebonne and to Smith Rock, where that crossing of Highway 97 is a particularly scary area. To the extent that we as citizen volunteers can encourage attention to those connecting points or those routes that will create safer connections between cities. We believe that's something that all of your constituents would really support. The second general area is to basically do the same thing using the trail systems. Bend Parks and Rec, I know, has made a significant point of the fact that the trail systems that exist, the many of them within Bend, can be used as part of the transportation network to get pedestrians in particular, but cyclists as well, from here to there without them getting on a transit way where they have the potential of conflicting with cars, or anyway reducing the amount of the amount that they do that. Those connections exist between or within the city of Bend, within the city of Redmond, and they exist between those municipalities or the trail systems in those municipalities and the federal lands and both BLM and Forest Service. An example of the kind of connection that we're talking about there is the non-motorized connection from Bend down to Lava Lands. And then we already have a non-motorized connection from Lava Lands to Sun River. So eventually we'll have a completely non-motorized connection by linking trail systems together that will get people by means other than car from Bend down to Sun River. Other examples would be the linkage that was once considered between Sisters and Black Butte. Another one would be to use the irrigation canal systems, the ditch rider roads, as potential trail systems that can help build the connection between Bend and Redmond in a lower stress way. So what our committee has said is that has determined is that these two broad things, lower stress motorized routes and lower stress non-motorized trail routes, connecting the communities and connecting the trail systems are something that we would like to see, that we believe are particularly important for the county. In addition, we have recognized the importance of mass transit. With Cascade East Transit, we plan to connect more closely with them. We plan to do a more organized citizen outreach. As Dave said before, we hold monthly meetings and have a number of citizen groups come present to us. To the extent that we can do outreach in order to bring more of that in, we feel it would be beneficial, give us a more rounded view of what the opinions are of people in the county. And finally, to engage more with the county and city transportation planners. We really don't have much interaction right now, and frankly, we don't understand the process very well. It is nonetheless in the mandate that was once set up for our committee, and to the extent that we can create some engagement there, perhaps we can have some collaboration that would be helpful going forward. So those three broad areas as overarching goals, what does it really mean going forward? And the answer is we don't know. We're at the starting gates. We're trying to figure out how we as volunteers could push any of those various projects forward. Typically, we support momentum that is already in place or projects that are already in place by others. We would certainly continue to do that, but we'll look carefully for where we can participate in that. And that was way longer than I expected to talk. I apologize for it, but may I answer any questions about that?
I'd like to just acknowledge, thanks for your efforts, kind of the next generation, the new life, the future, lots of opportunity for, being involved, staying involved. We are seeing the transportation system plan for the city of Bend, the Cascades East Transit, that plan, the MTIP for the Metropolitan Planning Organization. So all the planning efforts are going on right now. So having a group like this being able to show up and say, okay, the position is, it makes sense to, make an investment or design an intersection or whatever it is for low stress pedestrians and bicycles. So as I say, thank you very much for the efforts.
Any questions?
No, I do want to thank you for being the consistency and, with your vision. It's so important that we get people exercising more, and we live here because it's so beautiful. So, I appreciate everything you're doing. I think I think we have to look at safety and, but exercise is so critical. So like keep working on it, and I'm sure we'll make some progress, right?
We'll keep at it, Commissioner.
Yeah. And thank you for taking over too, Dave. That was, critical time.
Move the slowest, and so.
Is that what happened?
All right, so are we going to do awards now, or, yeah, okay. So,
Yes, if it's okay, I'll step.
yeah, go ahead, yep.
And if the commissioners, I don't know if you'd like to come down and.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Yep.
Do we just have to shake hands, or do we need to do anything? We got a lot of awards there.
Yes, we do have a bumper crop of awards this year.
You want to do Safe Sidewalk first?
Yeah. So the BPAC presents two sets of awards each year. The first one we're going to do is what we call the Safe Sidewalk Award. And that award is set up to recognize people throughout the county who just make an extra effort during our snow events to keep their sidewalks. In a lot of cases, they go well beyond that. Typically, nominations come from neighbors, people who are appreciative of what happened. Obviously, the more snow we get, the more nominations we get. So we've got quite a few this year after last February. So I don't know how many of these people are here today. I will read out the names. If people are here, can come forward, please. And I'll say a little bit from the nomination, and then please hold the applause until we have everyone up. And again, I apologize if I get some of these names wrong. Jim Bucciarelli. Jim was out shoveling and breaking up the ice in our alley, our sidewalks, and keeping the storm drains clear. He also broke up the ice and shoveled the footbridge over to Drake Park. He was making sure that all of our elderly and handicapped neighbors could move around safely. Next, we got a nomination that actually included 4 people, Jake and Jessica Lewis, Matt Green, and Justin Turner. These folks were all from Redmond. The lady that sent in the nomination said, "I'm 79. The first night of the deep snow, one of my 3 neighbors was removing snow from my driveway and sidewalk. The next snowfall, another neighbor was out there in the dark. And the third snowfall, yet another neighbor. I call them my snow angels." And when I talked to one of these folks, they said that not only her, but there were 2 other people with mobility issues in the neighborhood, and between the 4 of them, they tried to make sure that all of them could get out. Next, Michael Beal. Mike cleared our sidewalks on a daily basis. He cleared our area for pedestrians even before many businesses in the neighborhood. Steve Thompson. During our 2019 Epic Snow event, Steve went up and down all of Harmon Boulevard sidewalks on both sides of the street from end to end with his snowblower. The folks who did shovel on their own could not keep up with the amount of snow that was coming down, but Steve just kept at it. Next, Ileana Stupfel. Ileana's a walking school bus leader to Juniper Elementary, and she was out helping create a pathway along Neff Road. I think we all remember reading that the students up there were having to walk in the street because the sidewalks were impassable. So Ileana was a big help there. As was Todd Schock, oral and facial surgery. Did Robin able to make it? No. Who actually engaged some help to get the sidewalks clear on Neff Road. So those folks, I think, really potentially helped avoid a serious issue with students walking in the street in icy conditions. I mean, what could go wrong, right? It's, yeah. And then Green Intentions, Jim Guild. Jim, there he is. Yay.
Lots of accolades now.
Yeah. As the owners of Saginaw Sunset Subdivision, we keep College Way and Saginaw Avenue sidewalks clear of snow, support pedestrian access, and know city residents from the West Hills developments and COCC students depend on our efforts. So, thank you. Just two more here. The Oxford Hotel Valet Team, Daniel Elder. Daniel, I believe. The valet team at Oxford Hotel are known by their neighbors for keeping lava in Minnesota streets clear in addition to the sidewalks. In fact, this year they spent the better part of an afternoon trying to clear a drain that didn't even impact the hotel, but was pooling up a lot of water, making it difficult for people to get through.
Daniel's the AGM.
Congratulations, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay.
One, two, three. Thank you.
Okay. And our last Safe Sidewalk Award was to Bend Parks and Recreation District, Jeff Emerald. Jeff got a call, I believe, from some folks asking if he could help get the sidewalk on Bear Creek Road cleared from 15th to the Larkspur Trail entrance. The Park District's responsible for the trail, but they don't normally do city sidewalks. But in this case, Jeff made it happen, and they got out and got the sidewalk cleared so the students could get to Bear Creek Elementary. Unfortunately, I suspect a lot of these people had to work today.
I thought they were saving their energy for next winter.
Maybe. Oh, let's hope they don't need it.
I don't remember if we did this before when you were here or had so many, but especially in the years like this year when we had such a big snowstorm in a few days. This is a good thing to publicize because I'm sure there's lots of it that goes on around the communities.
Yes.
A lot of people get their equipment out or their whatever to help other people. So thanks for highlighting that. That's good.
Well, and this year we had a lot of help because there was a story on the TV station about it, and I think that brought in a lot of people saying, "Hey, I got some really good help from my neighbors."
Maybe we could get some pictures on our website about the recognition that people have gotten for doing it, and nominations next year, because that's a great idea.
Let's hope we don't have quite as much snow next year.
Water, right?
Yeah, that's right.
We need the moisture now.
Yeah.
It was actually started on my husband's birthday, because I remember I drove home from Redmond that night on the 24th, and I thought it was scary. The next morning, the county was closed down. We had so much snow. So, remember, I couldn't even get out of my driveway then.
Okay, moving on. The committee has been giving out big chainring awards since 1996 to recognize individuals, businesses, organizations, and agencies that have made extraordinary efforts to improve bicycling and walking in Deschutes County. I'd like to start with our Public Agency Award, which goes to the City of Redmond Community Development Department. Scott Woodford. Hey, Scott. So the City of Redmond is aggressively incorporating pedestrian and bike-friendly design when improving development applications. Scott Woodford has been instrumental in the designation of Redmond's first quiet street, the development of the Homestead Canal Trail, and several other bike ped projects, as well as serving as the city liaison to the Redmond Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committees. Thank you, Scott.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
So our next award is for nonprofit organization, and this year that award goes to the Sisters Trail Alliance, Gary Guttormson and Patrick Eckford. The Sisters Trail Alliance has long been an outstanding example of dedicated volunteers creating an incredible community resource. Gary and Patrick, the STA Trail Coordinators, are two of the individuals behind this success. Gary has devoted an incredible amount of time, energy, talent, and imagination to the preservation and promotion of our public forests and lands. And Patrick has been instrumental in securing a grant for a new trailhead facility at Peterson Ridge and is working with the Forest Service to gain approval for new trails. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Congratulations, thanks a lot.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thanks, Thanks for your work.
Thank you, Gary.
Thanks for your work.
Okay, next award is the individual award, which this year goes to Kate Armstrong. Kate is a Safe Routes to School bicycle safety instructor at Commute Options. Kate's infectious enthusiasm is creating a new generation that understands that bicycling and walking can be healthy and fun forms of transportation. See what I said about enthusiasm? Okay, and our next award is for special project, and it goes to the City of Bend Neighborhood Greenways Project. Robin Lewis, come on up. So Robin and her coworkers at the City of Bend have spent years developing a network of key walking and biking routes throughout Bend. All of the community and committee meetings and lots of hard work paid off this year with the completion of our first 2 neighborhood greenways in phase 1 of a multi-year plan. And so this is funded through the city's capital improvement program, which is just awesome. So thank you, Robin, and thanks for everyone that you work with. Next award is for commercial business, and this year we're recognizing Entrada Lodge. Entrada has provided bicycle and pedestrian trail access across its property along Century Drive for 50 years. And this year they're in the process of, or maybe have now finalized, an easement with Bend Parks so that the trail can be paved. So that the trail will now link up with the new Forest Service trail that starts at the city limits. So, Mr. Everett. Okay, and next one is the Peter Hansen Memorial Award, which is awarded to an outstanding volunteer individual each year. Peter was a committee member who lost his battle with cancer in 2005. His presence was felt in many Central Oregon volunteer efforts, and so now we give this award in his name. This year, Ann Linton is the awardee. Ann is a women's cycling advocate and leads weekly rides to introduce women to the sport and to group riding. No one has ever dropped on her rides, and her patience and kindness has inspired many women to get on or get back on a bike. Her rides teach skills and etiquette, and she encourages riders of all abilities. Ann is a tireless advocate for women in cycling. Thank you, Ann. And finally, this year we are very excited to recognize Jeff Monson with our Lifetime Achievement Award. Jeff unfortunately couldn't be here today. I believe someone's going to step up for him. Jeff is retiring at the end of December after 17 years as the Executive Director of Commute Options, Central Oregon's alternative transportation nonprofit. Some of the milestones at Commute Option during Jeff's tenure. In 2003, they contracted with the City of Bend to implement their transportation demand management program. In 2006, they started offering bicycle safety education in local schools. In 2011, they began a bicycle diversion program with the Bend Police Department. And in 2013, they opened Bend's first bike share station, which has since expanded. And in 2016, worked with OHSU Cascades to prioritize alternative transportation options for their students. And in 2016, worked with the City of Redmond to facilitate bike projects connecting neighborhoods to downtown. Jeff is also represents Central Oregon on the Oregon Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. So unfortunately, Jeff is recovering at the moment.
Recovering.
Yes, that too. So he couldn't be here today, but.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Commissioners. Yes.
Warden, you're still present. Could you come up for a group shot quickly?
So everybody that was got a picture already, we're gonna do a group shot with everyone.
Oh, great. Thank you for your update.
Yeah, of course. Somebody, I'm taller.
We'll say bikes on 3. 1, 2, 3. Bye. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you all for coming today, Dave and Christian, all of the presentations. That was great. You know, we're spending a lot of time right now on transportation issues generally with Terrebonne, Tumalo, some improvements in the county road system, the north end of Bend. So it's interesting and kind of valuable for us to hear all of the things that you're involved in and working with regard to pedestrian and bicycle. And we get quite a bit of information on mass transit, but it's really kind of a good reminder for us also as we look at these other issues we're dealing with. So thank you all for what you've done and are doing. So
Thank you.
You bet. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. You bet.
Our pleasure.
All right, we'll make a transition. Our next item is our Wildfire Mitigation Advisory Committee. Discussion of the appointment options, and then the charter, I believe, is also here with us.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Again, for the record, Zechariah, Nick Lelak, and Ed Keith, all here to discuss the Wildfire Mitigation Advisory Committee. Recognizing we're a little bit behind schedule, I'll try to be brief in explaining how we got here. So the Wildfire Mitigation Committee was discussed and directed to provide recommendations to the board on a wildfire hazard zone, potentially new building code standards and land use regulations to mitigate wildfires. Last time we met in early September, we provided the board with the 32 applications we received, a lot of excellent applicants, a lot of good experience to share, provided tables based on which category they fell into. And during that meeting, the board provided staff with direction to create a charter to make sure that committee members understood what is asked of them. And so we have drafted that charter. Nick will sort of go over that charter here in a moment, but as Chair Henderson mentioned, today we're here just as another check-in to provide you with that charter, discuss any appointees or appointments that you might want to make, or discuss the process, future process for that, and receive any further direction from the board.
Okay.
So one of the things, just to kind of put this in perspective, we're talking the building code standards, and I don't know if there's any rule of thumb kind of putting this in perspective. And I say this from having a replacement dwelling on my property with cementatious siding and aluminum gutters and, a fire-resistant roof. I guess maybe it's just a discussion for us. I mean, do you have a feel as a builder that, what are we really talking about kind of impact-wise? My point is, I think my house may be close to these standards already, so it's kind of a place somebody goes generally. So,
Yeah, so we're talking about, generally, if this code that the state has given us the option to apply in our county, I guess is how you'd call it now, or put in place, what areas we do it in. And I think that the two things that may or may not be true in your house, one would be with regard to the deck materials or deck size. That's one of the ones that's controlled with this if you're in a wildfire zone. Another one is maybe the ventilation at your eave may not be the way they're now requiring it be done, because it's a more expensive, and most builders don't know how to do it. So those would be two of the impacts on an individual if your area became part of the new code.
from kind of a standard path of somebody building currently. And not
Yeah.
everybody's going to make these choices, but I'm just pointing out that I have a hunch that there may not be too much division between kind of current standards and where we're going. So that's to put it in perspective, so then this committee, because it kind of matters, we're talking about this big step from current industry or a little step from current industry. That's kind of what I'm just trying to define. So I think of it as a little step, I guess, is what I'm concluding. And I don't know if that's.
I don't know.
Yeah, kind of for discussion. I'm just trying.
Because a lot of people don't want the cementatious siding, that the hardy panel and stuff is used by a lot, but certain people don't want to use it. So that's one area that would be and it would be restricting significantly what a lot of people choose, particularly in natural settings. They want natural wood. The deck is another one that would be really unusual in a lot of the rural settings, because people like outside, decks, and they like large ones a lot of times, and I think there's restrictions on that. But
well, and that could be
those are the
from our
variables.
Discussion,
Yeah.
a little bit of feedback from the committee,
Yeah.
because is it a step or is it a big step? That's kind of what I was referring to. So just
Yeah.
thanks for the discussion.
So I
The
think
other side of it is the insurance. After
Oh, yeah.
Paradise and everything that was lost, I do believe that insurance companies are going to be looking at what you have at your home, what you've built, what is your deck, is it huge? So, we want people to be able to still get their insurance. And I think that's rather critical, because we are considered a wildfire zone.
So there's two parts today to our agenda. One is, I guess you've given us a list of everyone that's applied. And I guess, I don't know that we'd make the decision today, but really do we have any, we kind of set out with certain categories of people or of applicants. We wanted first responders and fire people. We've got, looks like about 10 people applying from that category. Only one insurance rep.
There's actually two.
Is there a second one in the?
Brian Baddock worked for farmers for 39 years, and he didn't put it under insurance, but he's
Okay.
actually, because of his farmers work, that is a West Coast firm. They headquartered in Thousand Oaks. They really know the West Coast, and I think his expertise is, outstanding.
So, I think to me, that'd be a matter of, do we have enough in every category? Or if you think we should recruit anybody or recruit any categories. I was kind of personally pleasantly surprised to see how many people had applied for it. A lot of them have an issue in it, that they're looking to protect or further or whatever, but what was your impression, just in terms of the quality and the number of, do we need more representatives?
No, I think
Okay.
it's going to be a subset of the numbers we have.
Yeah.
And I kind of pulled out a subset, and some of them were for discussion. So
So
when
do
we
you-
get there, I'm ready for that.
So do you want is there any holes in our coverage, so to speak, or anywhere?
I think there are 32 outstanding candidates. The fact that that many people applied is
Yeah, no, I think. it's up-
excellent.
Up to us to make a selection and get the balance we see.
Okay.
It's a huge commitment, all the meetings, but it's really critical because you know how the numbers can play where you are. And I noticed one person that applied actually lived in the safe area, Lapine. Burgess, that area is really, really safe on the ranking for the state. So, yes.
So, and then, was there any other reason we wouldn't want to do this while we're waiting for something from the state as to direction or, we've had that issue about, we're looking at a wildfire mitigation area map, and we had our thoughts about how we might do it, and then we've had the issue that the rule from Oregon Department of Forestry doesn't cover everything, and so should we be, or do you think we're ready to form the committee and start working on it regardless?
Well, I can add a few comments to that. So currently, we are watching, the governor's convened a council called the Wildfire Response Council, and they're tasked with providing the governor with recommendations related to both wildfire response, but also any additional regulations, funding initiatives, those sorts of things. They were originally tasked with providing those recommendations by the end of September. Their last meeting was to be September 26th. They've asked for additional time. I don't know if that's been granted yet or not, but it's coming up fairly soon, in the next few weeks. They did meet on Monday to discuss some of their recommendations. Those are still very much what I would call draft, but some of those recommendations, as they're drafted currently, do include a similar map being drafted at the statewide scale by Division of Land Conservation and Development, and then recommending local adoption based on that statewide map. So there's a potential for, if that recommendation moves forward and DLCD is directed to prepare that map, you can potentially see a bit of a rub there. I don't know.
In the sense that, what would we do then, or?
Yeah,
what's our goal if
whether
we're
we,
on our own?
yeah, it's not entirely clear to me whether that would, basically say local maps are now invalid, you have to, go by the state's map, or if we could still, adopt our local map. Those are still questions that are not answered, but they're definitely pending out there with this council providing recommendations to the governor.
So Annette Leba from Regional Solutions, associated with the governor's office, she mentioned to me in passing 2 days ago the fact that they understand this issue, the fact that we're proceeding, and it sounds like this, governor's committee thought they might be able to do this map for everybody. But her guidance was that, no, they probably don't have that decision space. They talked about it, and they assumed maybe they can do it. So that was her thought, that we really will have the authority to do this. As I say, if it comes down differently, that'll be somebody else's decision. But the guidance was to proceed with this committee because she's been notified that this is our authority.
I would just note, just one additional comment, that I think any recommendations that go to the governor would have to be provided funding by the legislature. So I do think that we're a year or more out. At the soonest, it would be the short session, but probably more likely to be addressed in the longer session, which is 2 years from a few months ago. So I think that's what you heard from.
And if we can get an agreed-upon map in Deschutes County, this could be input if another level of decision-making happens. This is the one that was produced.
Yeah. Is there any local representatives? I thought Sally Russell was on that committee, isn't she?
Yeah, we have two local representatives, Mayor Sally Russell from the City of Bend, as well as Trish Connolly, who's a battalion chief with Bend Fire Department, are both on the council. And they've been sharing drafts. I believe they shared it with Nick as well as myself, just so we're kind of trying to keep up with what's being talked about. We're not sure what's going to actually move forward yet, but that was in a draft recommendation.
And Nick Lelak, Deschutes County Community Development Director. The only other comment I would make is that the Land Conservation and Development Commission, LCDC, is meeting next week to discuss their policy agenda for the biennium, and they're not recommending initiating any of these projects to potentially implement the council's recommendations this biennium, given their workload with other housing related laws. So they're putting it, unless the governor or the legislature provides additional funding, that they're not anticipating at this time. So they're earmarking it right now for the 21 to 23 biennium in their policy agenda, of course, subject to change. But my recommendation is that we proceed and move forward, and I think our work will likely inform what they do, as is often the case.
So I hadn't really made a pick or gone through and picked people. I know quite a few of the people that are listed, and but I haven't done comparisons. Have you both done your comparisons and have who you want to pick, or where do you stand?
Yeah, I did my research in kind of a subset, as to say, for discussion, but I definitely have a subset of these names I would put forward.
I have a few.
Yeah, so
Few.
it's time to compare notes, yeah.
Yeah, I do feel that the one man from Farmers was significant. I mentioned him like last meeting, I believe. I said, like, why isn't he with the insurance group? But anyway, when you read his resume, you can clearly see what his experience is.
So so we're talking about 7 to 12 members, and this is talked about a few times, and then this the bullet points on the memo. 2 to 4 representatives from fire, 2 to 4 from home builders, realtors, 1 insurance, homeowners association, and 1 to 2 from planning commissioners. Kind of gives us a starting point, as I say that. As I go down through those, and they have it broke out into these blocks, really we're taking a subset of the people in each one of these areas. I do support bringing Gary Githens and Brian Braddock both in here. Insurance is very important. Project Wildfire over the years, having an insurance agent at the table, just kind of thinking about the industry, representing the industry, is very important. If we do land use and building approvals and development efforts, and then all of a sudden somebody can't get insured, it's a hard stop for people. So.
Well, both of you have said that, so just to push back, I haven't heard yet of anybody that can't get insurance because of their
They
house.
were actually featured on Channel 21 about 8 months ago. I think they just had bought a house out of Bend, and it really looked quite safe, but their insurance company was telling them no. So I know we're on the verge of it. The losses have been so, a company went bankrupt over Paradise. I mean, it was a local.
Yeah, insurance is a function of cost and risk. So
And you
I mean,
can't get a
can always
mortgage.
get insurance for a price. So it's not that you can't get it. It's making sure the insurance is a partner and it's cost effective.
Cost effective, yes.
Yeah, I don't know if I think that, just personally, I don't know if I need 2 insurance people, because I'm also looking at so I look at my biases, I look at home builders, they know people come to them and want a house built, and if you're the one telling them, no, you can't have that, and you can't have that, and you can't have that, or if you do it, we're going to do this, they'll want to have some say in that. So
Yeah.
there's people in that industry, in real estate, there's fire people. Why are some of them listed as other, yet to me it seems like they kind of fall under the other, they don't have to be under other. Like you've talked about the insurance, there's another one, a manager of HOAs, so why couldn't that person be under HOAs? And
So when I received all these applications, in the application form itself, we had check boxes for what category they felt they had experience in and were applying for a seat under that category. And so this was strictly, I recognize what several of the commissioners have mentioned, is that, well, they could easily fit in some of these other boxes. I wanted it to be as black and white and transparent as possible, recognizing we're dealing with applicants from the public, and so I just put them in whatever box that they checked. That was as far as I went. I didn't want to go a step further and sort of massage out their application to determine based on on my review what I felt like they best fit under. So if,
Self-selected.
yeah, if the commission is, thinks that, for instance, Mr. Braddock should be under the insurance, then, certainly are welcome to do that. Again, I just try to be as black and white and as
They didn't select
straightforward
a
as possible.
category, you just,
Yeah.
yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I noticed there's someone from the state fire marshal. What did you, that person?
Yeah, I think,
Greg Davis.
so yeah, of course, so
I mean, I'm looking at, okay,
had
the
a-
state fire marshal put a name out for us.
I had selected 3 in that group of first responder representatives.
Okay,
As I say, if we want to go through a process, I don't know.
there's,
Commissioner-
okay, we can take up to
I
4.
haven't really gone through and done that yet, so sorry, I didn't realize
So
we didn't do it today. So what,
should we do it next
why
Monday?
don't, what if we each wrote down our recommendations and then we met and then we'd kind of separate out some of it, we might see how much agreement there
Writing
is.
to staff even.
Did you do the thing that, did they all get a copy of the charter? I thought we talked about giving them a copy and then they were going to comment on whether they liked it or something.
Good question, Mr. Chairman. We discussed that at the staff level as well, and we understood that the board would like to see a copy of the charter prior to
Okay.
sharing it with the members. And now we can walk through that quickly as well. And if the board is okay, we can certainly share that with all of the applicants prior to the board.
And is that
making
this
your
packet 34 to 37?
Correct.
Is that the charter? Okay,
Exactly.
okay. You want to walk us through that?
Sure, I'll just provide a high-level overview. We just provide, of course, a summary of the background of the project that we're currently in. The mission and purpose here, it really captures what Zechariah had mentioned. The 3 primary components is to provide recommendations on a map for the board's consideration, to review and provide recommendations on the R327. These are the state building code standards requiring fire hardening, and there's a lot of decision points in there. So they would review those and make recommendations to the board on those. And then they would make recommendations on any land use standards that they think that warrant consideration by the board to consider initiating for a subsequent public process. The structure and membership, this just high level of how many members the board appoints. And then the committee, which will be a public body, will be supported by a project management team consisting of certainly your county staff, community development, and our county forester, as well as there could be some city staff. For example, the City of Sisters Community Development Director, Patrick Davenport, will likely participate in that process. So, and then some of the areas of support we will provide them. Record keeping and transparency, this is a public body, so just to make sure that everybody recognizes that, and that we'll take meeting minutes, we'll share those, they'll require approval, we'll post those on a project website. The next is membership. It discusses the big picture of the membership, and one of the pieces that I put in here, and Commissioner DeBone, you may have picked up on this. One of the things we learned from the Marijuana Advisory Committee a couple of years ago was, well, the committee's not perfectly and evenly pro and con, or whatever the case may be. And so one of the points that we tried to state in here is, and I'll just read what I wrote, a lack of equal representation does not diminish the integrity of this process, as all opinions, perspectives, and views will be captured in meeting minutes and project management team reports to the board. So if we're able to achieve a consensus on a recommendation, then of course that'll be clearly understood by the commissioners. But if it's not a consensus, if the board appoints 12 people and it's 7-5 or it's 8-4 or whatever the case may be, the vote isn't necessarily as what's important as that there's not agreement. And the board can understand clearly what the different perspectives and opinions are. So just walking into it, we don't want people that are appointed to think, well, holy smokes, there's 4 on this side and only 2 on that side and 2 that are perceived to be.
But you know, to me, that is one of the things, I guess, why I want to make sure I've read everybody's and we talk about who's applied. I do want to know what people's biases are, because, I mean, the Marijuana Advisory Committee is a good example. There are people that didn't say what was truly their bias, and they got on the committee and other reasons. And I watched the committee meetings, and they clearly had a point of view. And I don't, if you know, I want to know if somebody thinks we should have the whole county adopt this new building code. That's one extreme. Or another extreme says, oh, it never matters, you know, there should never be no regulation. I mean, I'm interested in people that, you know, kind of have an openness to thinking about it rather than going in. And so that is something, I don't know if you could pick it up in the applications or not, because I haven't read them all, but did you
can
think you
definitely-
could find people's
you can pick up
biases?
bias. Yeah, someone
Because, I mean,
said-
this whole thing started because Ashland decided to get wound up about it, and now the whole state's looking at it, but we'll see where it goes and how, so if we go through the applications and we don't know, I really want to know that before we appoint them. I don't want to get a committee that goes a different direction than what we're thinking generally. And we don't really talk about what we're thinking, but I'm saying when we develop that philosophy of what we want them to do, that'd be important. So do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, I like that in the charter says we'll register everybody's opinion, but it's somewhere the metal, you know, the pedal, whatever, meets the road or whatever the.
So one of the ways we would suggest approaching it is with fire first responders, for example, if the board appoints 4 fire first responders, their perspective is going to be more supportive of R327 and one potential version of the map, as we've heard in a couple of meetings so far. My recommendation would be to appoint the same number of people, likely from the builder realtor perspective, to provide that balance. And then with some of the citizens, through the applications, you might get a sense. My only point in capturing this in the memorandum is having a perfect balance of 6 to 6 or 7 to 7 or 5 to 5 for the committee members not to take that as, and then all of a sudden somebody changes their opinion. Well, we counted on you for this vote or that person for that vote. Just to put it out there that we're going to aim for consensus, and then hopefully through the appointments, through 4 and 4 or 5 and 5, whatever the case may be, that we could aim to achieve it there, but it may not be perfect. So membership, and then just the recommendations, that they're providing recommendations to the board. They're not the decision makers. The Board of County Commissioners will be decision makers. Ground rules and expectations. These are pretty common, and the expectation would be that hopefully they could make 7 out of 10 meetings. Meeting times, quorum, participation, and then the tentative schedule. We collectively met at the staff, and based on other committees and availability, et cetera, we're aiming for Monday afternoons, something from maybe 4 in the afternoon to 6:30, something that is kind of the end of the workday, but not late into the evening, trying to accommodate as many schedules as possible. And ballpark 10 meetings. It may need to go a bit beyond that, but we tried to give people as much predictability as possible with the meeting dates, times, locations, and topics.
So is back to recommendations, say the project management team and facilitator. So is that the norm now, that all committees have a facilitator? It seems like they have kind of an inordinate amount of steering ability. Is that the consensus, that's the best way to do all groups, or?
Well, that's a good question. A lot of, like with Marijuana Advisory Committee, we hired a facilitator to perform that role on a contract. The City of Bend will do that with a lot of their committees. Our goal would be that we would help facilitate the discussion. Of course, they could elect a chair or co-chairs that could really lead the discussions, and we're more in a support role. So we're certainly open. The point was, we're not going to be hiring an outside facilitator. That wasn't our anticipation for this project, that we would help support the committee through that effort.
If you actually look at the numbers, it looks like you need to do 3 and 3 and not 4 and 4, because if you do 4 and 4, then you max out, because we have 2 people from the Planning Commission, so 4 and 4, then you're eliminating the other couple of categories, because we do need to have a homeowner representative on there. I think it's really important. And then with the insurance, so actually 3 and 3 for the 12 maximum.
And of course, the maximum is certainly at the board's discretion. We just put that out there as just a
I
starting.
thought that was in
And we
stone.
As you've all recognized, the quality of the applicants and the quantity were far greater than we anticipated.
Yeah. Well, and that, my thought of the process is come up with a set of names that we all kind of see as a starting point, and then look at how many we have, and then if we want to add or maybe subtract. So that's kind of, working through it together is what I was thinking.
So we'd be about 11 or 12 if we did 3, 3, 2, 2, and 1 or 2, and 1 or 2, yeah, okay. Okay. Well, are you, so if we agreed with this as a draft of the charter, is a goal then to get it out to all these applicants and ask if they have any comments? I mean, is that what you're thinking, or?
That's what we would do, and one of the topics we had a couple of weeks ago with two of the commissioners was, let's get it out, because if anybody just can't make these timelines, they can only meet during the day, or they can only meet certain days of the week, then some people may self-select out.
Self-select.
Or you're right, or just, are there any concerns with?
So yeah, the proposed dates are already slipping if we don't get some clarity here. So the purpose, as my first statement was, kind of that, is it a big step or a small step for industry, for a home builder, for a person that wants to buy or build a house? Maybe there's a mission and purpose deliverable, which is I'm just thinking sentences about the impact, because from the Builders Association, from the realtors, from the firefighters, they'll have a statement, like an industry statement, this is good because, or this is going to cost X, we estimate it's going to cost X. So I may be interested in that as a deliverable, please provide a statement or two. And I don't know that that's asking each individual, but maybe the different ways we already have this
You're asking
group.
for us to ask them a question so
Yeah.
that we can evaluate their
For
answer?
first response, well, not as a selection process, as a deliverable of the whole thing. Because it'll be just kind of on the record. Okay, so when I have my firefighter hat on and I hear about this, this is what I think of. When I have my builder's hat on, each person that's there, so as a deliverable, just some words around what they think they're seeing here, because that'll help all of us also. So I'm proposing that
After we
that'd be a mission and
select.
purpose statement.
After we select,
Because the deliver is a map, words associated with your position as a firefighter or a builder or a real estate agent or as a homeowner would be wonderful, as the package, the deliverables.
Yeah, I anticipate the project management team creating a report that would cover what topics were communicated,
Yep.
and then explaining why they recommended that.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, so it's already implied in there.
Yeah.
so, since you're talking about mission and purpose, 3 kind of seems different to me than 1 and 2. I mean, 1 and 2 is specifically what we have to do, which is get the map figured out and talk about applying our 327 standards. This 3 was kind of a different approach, but it's not really on the table through the state of Oregon. I mean, we could go independent, but it's really not. I mean, that seems to be kind of opening up a whole nother thing.
So where number 3 comes from is the Community Development Department's Planning Division's work plan has recognized reviewing University of Oregon's audit on the county code pertaining to natural hazards and having a discussion with the board of whether or not we should look at implementing any of their recommendations. It's been on the work plan for a while, and I think it was just
Right.
different timing, unusual timing for it to coincide.
When was
with
that
this.
audit done?
2015.
One of the applicants had commented that they didn't think it was relevant. So I did pick that up in one of the resumes.
I guess I'm not sure that I think we should have this committee do that yet. Maybe we do, but, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's a separate thing than the first 2 to me, but I know they're all related, but they're,
I do kind of think of it as I agree it's the scope of what if we're going to put a committee together, it'd be great for them to digest the recommendations and how it fits in. So I wouldn't be looking for guidance saying, go put this in your county code, but I would be saying, let's, propose that planning commission looks at take a half a step back from it, I guess is what I'm hoping. But I'd love for them to be able to review it and look at it and see how it fits.
Yeah, it could be a good committee to do it.
Yeah, so that's my conclusion,
Just
a
think
good
they have
committee
their-
to do it.
But they have their work cut out with them on item 1 and 2, in my mind. I mean, they're just trying to tackle that is a lot, because here's the state code, the new code. Where are we gonna apply it, or are we gonna apply it in Deschutes County is a very big question. I mean, it's, even, we were talking about, we need a builder and this and that. Well, builders are gonna disagree. There's builders that do, if you were doing less expensive houses, the impact on cost may be a bigger thing in your mind than if you're doing $1 million houses. I mean, you go to Miller Tree Farm, they're all built this way. Well, that's because they were sold that way. And that was the whole thing, was sold to the buyers as this kind of new subdivision that has all this cool stuff. But they're all really expensive houses. They're not any. And so, whereas other places aren't that mode, they're sold for other reasons. And so that's going to be one of the challenges we have, is that not all people aren't going to agree this way. And even and I don't know what homeowners associations, how they're going to look at it. That'll be interesting to have a couple of
But
representatives.
I mean,
from that.
the location matters at that point. So a west side forested upslope from the west side forest is different than a planned, developed, urban growth boundary, water, sewer, roads facility, which is different than a 1 acre lot up and down Day Road in Lapine. So I'm just thinking there's different scenarios. So I think it would affect that 1 acre lot in Lapine where you can't get the most, because people put a simple manufactured home out there for many years without
Right. No, I
any
know.
of this.
I get this.
So.
Yeah, no, I get that. To
I'm
me,
just
that's
thinking
the
the
thing
scope
with
of it.
regard to the house relationship to fire, is there's people in the fire business that think will advocate that the house you build will contribute to how bad the fire becomes for everybody. Then there's the issue of, well, you built this house and you may burn down, and what are you gonna do about it? But that's a different issue than, does the fire contribute to more fire? And one of the things that's,
Wind-driven fire.
yeah, and one of the things that's frustrating about the code is really when they were adopting the new code, state level, at least from when I asked the people from our local and even from our community development department, there wasn't much science presented to them about, well, siding is more important than ventilation versus, there was just, it's like, all of these are good ideas, but it wasn't like, deck size is more important than this.
You're
or
referring
what-
to the R.
to create our 327 package, and yet there's differences in how customers like it, and also costs, and and probably how they affect fires. I mean, maybe big decks is a bigger deal than for how it affects the neighborhood. Than I don't know, but I'm just okay. Well, it sounds like what we should do is probably come back with our top 3. Do you want to do top 3 choices and 2 of the categories, and top 2 and the homeowners association one, and
I can put an email together and get it to Zechariah.
so we can all do that, and then we can talk about it at our Monday work session about if there's any areas where we have questions or want to discuss it.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
But I support the charter. We could wordsmith it, but I mean, it's got the content I was expecting, and I'd be available to either
Yeah.
have it proceed, or I'm just thinking of,
Were you asking for a point 4 under purpose
a
and
small,
mission that you,
a point, I mean,
members?
we talked it out. I mean, that's what this is going to be, are the words around each one of these topics, so.
I thought you were actually asking for a 4th
I was.
point.
But, I mean, the point is, that's the deliverable. The whole package is going to have the words that everybody says at the meetings. So I was just thinking out loud.
Tom, any thoughts on any of this?
Commissioners, I think staff talked about it a little bit, but this, although they will vote as part of their, the proposed charter there, I think CDD staff has done a good job in the past of representing the various opinions that are expressed, capturing sort of the tone of the issues on both sides. So I think that would, in terms of qualified recommendations coming back to the board, I think that would be useful. So, you know, it's not necessarily a thumbs up, thumbs down in terms of representation, but just to have that broad spectrum that may be of use to you, the commission, in making the final decisions on where the map goes.
Dave, do you have any thoughts on this?
Nothing at this time.
Eric? Okay. All right, sounds like so we can take a look at the charter. If we want to suggest any changes, we could get that to you for the Monday meeting, and then we'll look at the members. And we've got everybody now that's applied.
Correct.
We've got all the summaries. Okay, good. Okay. Sounds good. We have a game plan.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
And then our next item is the DLCD Technical Assistance Grant discussion. That's Zachariah also.
Yeah, so 2 down, 1 to go
Yeah.
this morning.
You've been here
The-
busy.
Yeah, so Peter Gutowski, Planning Manager, will join us for this topic. This agenda item covers the Department of Land Conservation and Development Technical Assistance Grant. Real quick, and I'm going to be brief, recognizing the time, but certainly jump in if you would like further details on how we got here. But in summary, in August, the board directed staff to table the non-prime resource lands amendments based on a testimony from DLCD, as well as most notably a remand from the Land Use Board of Appeals on a Douglas County proposal that dealt with non-prime resource lands, a very similar topic. Definitely not the same application, but similar enough to inform our process and for us to gain a better understanding of what we need to address in our amendments to have more certainty in going forward with non-prime resource lands. The remand called out the need for a jurisdiction to consider carrying capacity, wildlife inventories, wildfire, wildland urban interface issues, public infrastructure, housing, et cetera. And so when we realized that and debriefed and discussed what it meant for our amendments, we recognized that we needed to almost do a full comprehensive plan update to get to non-resource lands. And so one of the options that we presented to the board earlier this month was actually back in August, was an opportunity to take advantage of DLCD's technical assistance grant, which could provide some additional funding on projects that we're already undertaking, leverage those, as well as expand on some additional items that would inform our comprehensive plan update, and thus a non-resource lands update down the road as well. So the application in front of you, the topic begins on page 38. The application itself in draft form begins on packet page 42. We have a memo that covers the application on a high level that discusses the amount of funding we are seeking for each item. Real quick, the 4 topics that we're seeking funding for are wildfire mitigation, housing strategies, wastewater feasibility study for Terrebonne, and then updating our wildlife inventory, or understanding some new information that Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has. Again, these are all items that will help us discuss non-resource lands down the road, as well as a more holistic, formal, comprehensive plan update down the road beginning in, I believe, 2021. I'll quickly direct your attention to packet page 47. We have 2 diagrams, 2 pictures on this page. The first one highlights our comprehensive plan, the main chapters of our comprehensive plan. Chapter 2, resource management, Chapter 3, rural growth, and Chapter 4, urban growth. The items that are highlighted in red are sections of the comprehensive plan that relate to projects that the Community Development Department is already undertaking, or we are seeking for assistance, DLCD, to help us expand those topics. So you can see that through that red text, we're covering a lot of items within our comprehensive plan. Again, that will help us inform an update to look at a more holistic update to the comprehensive plan itself. The bottom diagram that we've included on page 47 is a timeline. So we have technical assistance work tasks that we're asking for additional funding to expand upon, and then other related tasks that the CDD, Community Development Department, is already working on. Those will span, or starting now, will carry us through 2021, potentially inform a comprehensive plan update in 2021, and then looking at implementation out toward 2025. So we feel like this application provides a compelling argument to, one, address the needs we need to update our comprehensive plan, and ideally down the road get at a non-resource land amendment, as well as explaining to the Department of Land Conservation and Development that their assistance would really help us leverage some of these projects we're working on. One quick note I'll add before we turn it over to Nick and Peter or to questions from the board is that the grant is admittedly geared heavily toward housing for urban jurisdictions. The legislature passed several bills, most notably House Bill 2001, that requires cities to update their codes to allow multifamily residences, duplexes, et cetera, within single-family residential zones. So that's shaking up the land use world a little bit and will require jurisdictions to update their code. DLCD has openly acknowledged that the TA grant applications will certainly help jurisdictions do that. So housing is a big priority. And the last update I'll share is that speaking with Chris Doty, the road department director, on the Terrebonne wastewater feasibility project, we recognize that the $60,000 discussion or amount that we've identified in the grant is probably more accurately looking at $100,000. So we'll need to discuss whether we increase the funding from DLCD or the request from DLCD, or if we look at other resources. So that's all I have. I don't know if Peter or Nick want to add any additional comments, but again, our purpose here today is to look to the board if we're on track. If we need to continue, if this is, if the board supports this proposal, if we need to amend it, and if we do need to amend it, I'll just add that the deadline is October 1st, so we only have a few more meetings left with the board to bring back any revisions, but we have the resources and dedication from staff to make sure that we take on those amendments as necessary by the board.
Is this a window of time or just a request from Deschutes County, or is this, what does it look like from the state's point of view? Is there a pool of dollars specifically, or is this just because Deschutes is ready for this? Can you put it in perspective like that?
Sure, thank you, Commissioner. DLCD has their land use, their planning grant dollars for each biennium, and it's generally when the new biennium begins on July 1st that they initiate the technical assistant grant application process. And so they kicked it off in July, so we're responding to that, and then they outline what their priorities are for each grant application. So we aim to mold what it is our proposal is to meet those criteria to the greatest degree that we can.
What's so there's not a bucket of money for these grants generally, or do you know how much it is?
Yep, there is. I chatted with our regional representative, Scott Edelman, and he said this year it's about $500,000, and I think a specific amount is about $100,000 of that is dedicated to eastern counties I forget what bill it is specifically, but so it's admittedly a limited bucket of funding that we're looking at.
I think the grant actually, there's a couple $1 million in the grant
Okay.
pool, and because I think 500,000 is going to Eastern Oregon, and then the lion's share of the balance is aimed to go to cities for House Bill 2001 implementation.
Peter, thoughts?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I think just following up on Zach's overview, regardless of the eligibility criteria and the fact that it's weighted towards municipalities, this grant application, I think what we wanted to put forward is show how the board's priorities for this fiscal year, and I think it's on page 40 of your packet, we list all the tasks that we're planning on undertaking. Of course, you just spent 20 minutes talking about the Wildfire Advisory Committee, which is a significant project. And those can be seen as, keystone projects that regardless if we get funding from DLCD and even if the board finds that our current draft needs some clarification or some revisions, it shows, I think, the community that Deschutes County understands the importance of revisiting these salient issues as we head into the third decade of the 21st century, and that you have a staff that understands the interrelationships. And to the extent that this grant or down the road, there's an opportunity to invest in the comprehensive plan, whether it's project by project or simultaneous projects that allow us to evaluate interrelated land use themes, we'll do that. And I think it'll lead for robust conversations and informed decisions in terms of how the county wants to take advantage of new policy opportunities. So we didn't have a lot of time to turn around this draft, but it was definitely a team-oriented approach with the planning division. So we welcome any suggestions, any revisions. If you have questions about placeholders for the budget, we're happy to tell you our assumptions, and we can certainly, plan on coming back to the extent that we've prepared something reasonable, either September 25th or at the latest on the 30th.
So I guess with regard to that, I kind of am curious what we're up against. Who's the competition? What are they asking for? Can we ask other counties whether they're applying for these grants, and if so, or do you know already, or?
I don't know, but I can certainly reach out to county planning director colleagues, and Zach, one of us can reach out to DLCD, because often there's a discussion among DLCD staff, as Zach has had with DLCD, about what they're hearing, because often people are wondering.
We get a lot of grant requests here from a lot of departments, and some of our departments are really good at getting grants, but they seem to be grants that are kind of built into our system. And it doesn't sound like we've gotten these grants before, or very often, have we, from LCDC? Has Deschutes County gone after these?
Yeah, a couple come to mind. We weren't the direct recipient, but we either provided in-kind contributions or did see partial reimbursements. I'll work backwards. Most recently, the Sage-Grouse Conservation Project with the 7 affected counties. We were a participant with that grant. I think the last meeting, or a week or two ago, there was an update on our fiscal year accomplishments, and staff provided an update on the large lot industrial project. That was funded by 2 technical assistant grants, one that we led in the infancy, and then as it matured, we received some additional funding to show how it could be implemented. And then going back 12 years ago, we received a technical assistance grant to address high groundwater areas in southern Deschutes County. Commissioner DeBonne, I don't know if you remember that project, but it was definitely had a focus on southern Deschutes County and how to address those opportunities.
So taking those 3, the sage-grouse, high groundwater, and the big lot industrial.
The large lot. Mm-hmm.
Those are all kind of things that LCDC would be wanting to contribute to, because they're kind of outside the normal scope of whatever. And so if that's the case, it seems like it would be good to find out what else is kind of going on around the Eastern Oregon, if there's $500,000, and how do we stand? What are we doing that's really affects other counties, or, you know, they get benefit out of at the LCDC. They say, well, this is a good, you know, as opposed to just stuff we need to do anyway kind of thing, or, so that'd be my thought. I mean, having never done this, but thinking about how you get somebody to give you money and where that's interesting. The ones you've got them for in the past are really specific. None of those would be a surprise, would they? They're all like, oh, this would make sense that LCDC would get involved in this, but, and then also just to know how much to ask for. I mean, whether it's better to, you know, that, because I know the one thing that was talked about at our District 2 meeting Monday was about the industrial zones outside the urban growth boundaries that affect 10 Eastern Oregon counties. I could see that being something LCDC would give money to some county that wanted to do that, because that was a long battle and it was kind of unique, but it'd be interesting to find out what we could going in. Okay.
I did want to, on here on the page 2, you say daycare, and is that supposed to say and nursery? Amendments?
Yes.
Nursery.
Yes.
Okay,
I thought, good catch.
there's 2 of them in there. I was like going, Anyway, we do know that childcare is a desert on our side of the mountain, so,
Thank you.
yes.
Well, I think this application hangs together well. It is a big picture. It really kind of lays our cards out to DLCD about what's going on, what the big picture is, what we're working on now, what we're looking to do in the near future. $75,000 is kind of minimal relative to, you know, a staff person and the especially the committee work that needs to be done here, planning commission, and all the different efforts that go on. So I mean, in the big picture, this is still a small amount relative to all the work we're going to be doing over time.
Yeah.
We're fortunate because we have some really brilliant people that can do the application, and the fact that if there is $500,000 available for our side of the mountain, we might just be fortunate enough to get some of that funding. So, I think it's a great what you're doing.
What's the update on the wildlife inventories? What was the genesis of that? Why is that on our agenda?
Go into it.
I'm not objecting, I'm just curious what the thinking.
Mr. Chairman, it's a great question, and one that we put a lot of thought into. It stemmed, I think, from a couple facets. One is the Douglas County Land Use Board of Appeals decision acknowledged the importance that as you look at non-resource lands, you're going to have to evaluate them in relationship to other relevant land use elements. Wildlife is one of those elements, but the other factor, I think it even maybe separates from the Douglas County LUBA decision, is both staff is currently in the undertaking legislative amendments to address religious institutions as well as address opportunities for development on split zone properties and properties that are exploring cluster development and using floodplain as open space. And the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has acknowledged on the record that they have updated inventories. These are inventories that can't be considered as part of these processes because they haven't been vetted and they're not acknowledged in our comprehensive plan. But our inventories are admittedly old. They're 25 years old. And so we thought, in terms of this, under the broad umbrella of the comprehensive plan update, it would be worthwhile to insert that work task. You'll see that we deliberately held back on, as part of a deliverable, having draft comprehensive plan policies or implementation measures. It's really, the investment would be to vet the Department of Fish and Wildlife's inventories to understand how they relate to Goal 5, how they relate to Deschutes County, and then use that preliminary information to then engage the community in relationship to these other 3 projects. But an excellent question. Yeah, it's not something that is right now on our work plan.
Okay.
25 years ago?
Yeah, the inventories were acknowledged with the exception of the most recent sage grouse inventories. Yeah, they were adopted in the early to mid 1990s.
Okay. Time to do that again.
So you're wanting kind of a preliminary approval to go forward with this as it is, and if we have something to add, we can later, or sooner rather than later.
Right, just make sure that we're on the right track with what we're proposing, and any big picture changes that you'd like for us to bring back to you next week or as late as the 30th.
Well, and as I say, I once again, this is a work product in itself. You know, even having the big scope of where we're at, where we think we're going, and why. I mean, this is already an amazing work product. And as I say, I do support proceeding with this as in the scope of things. You know, there's other questions and other ways we could analyze this, but to get something from us, from Deschutes County to DLCD, this would be very appropriate.
And you'll see that there's a paragraph in that grant application where we acknowledge our population forecast over the next 20 years. So we're at 190,000 now. By 2043, we're well over 300,000 people. So we know we're going to be the fastest growing county, barring some unforeseen circumstance, right? So, you know, the thought was those population estimates coupled with our, you know, holistic emphasis on the comp plan might be enough to persuade DLCD to invest in Deschutes County. Question is how much, and we can certainly rattle the cage and see if there's.
Do you think they would kind of do a line-by-line funding?
Good question. We're not sure. We thought about the same thing. They very well may.
Yeah, pick and choose.
Yeah.
Catherine thought it was a good idea that we apply. She didn't know if we would be fortunate, but.
Yeah, she wasn't very optimistic about
But
us getting it.
it's worth it,
But-
especially if it's allocated for the east side of the mountains.
Well, and maybe they, like you said, the idea that we're really on a different track than most of the counties are, and so we've got to move faster. I think I would up the amounts that we're probably spending ourselves on these things. One, because it looks better, but it's two, it's probably true. I mean, we're going to spend more than, you know, 5,000 on wildfire mitigation. I mean, well, I bet we spend 25,000 or whatever, you know, I don't know what it is, but it's probably more than what we list. Okay, well, it sounds like we've got support for this going forward, and if we have other ideas, we can talk about them. Sounds good. I don't think we need a vote necessarily, do we? Okay.
So, and one last thing I would like to clarify. So we will come back before the end of the month, and one of the things that staff will be asking the board to approve beyond the final draft of the application, but is a letter of support signed by the county commissioners. Yeah. That's one of the requirements for the grant. So we'll have a draft of that. We'll share that with you in advance of the meeting as well.
Good. We'll see it again. Great.
Thank you.
Zachariah, thank you.
All right.
And
Right.
thank you again, Peter, for 15 years of service to the county.
Yeah.
It's very much appreciated. And
Thank you. So our last item for recess is consideration of board signature on order 2019-040, adopting a solid waste management plan, directing implementation. So Tim, come up and join us. So one thing I'm going to say right at the top is that I didn't realize until I read the minutes that you guys had a pretty long discussion, it looked like, about the plan the week I was out. So I'm behind where you may be in terms of what, I probably have questions that you've already asked. I didn't really realize that. I probably should have met with Tim separately, but, so anyway. I don't know where you each are.
Well, I mean, this is it. This is
Yeah.
our kind of our deliberations and the request to get to the adoption point. So any discussion's okay at this point.
I think the primary takeaway of the meeting that you were absent from was the question of the fact that we did not address privatization in the plan.
Right.
And a desire by the board that we do that in some fashion.
Right.
So I drafted a two-page kind of a position paper that was in your packet. Kind of describes, you know, how we use the private sector in the solid waste system now, and kind of lays out how I had envisioned that we would consider the private sector at various points over the next 10 years as you implement the solid waste management plan. But if you have any feedback on that, I would appreciate that. I would envision that paper would be inserted into the solid waste management plan as an appendix, and it would be noted in the table of contents that appendix was there. So it would direct people to that.
And we can start with that. I mean, that is something I guess we'd all be talking about for the first time. is what what you drew up, and then any comments we had on the wording. Probably at the same point as the other two on that, because I got it at the same time they did, and I was here. Any thoughts on the privatization to start with? Do you have any? I had some suggestions word-wise, but I liked it
Well, yeah,
overall.
So then, yeah, at the higher level, thank you very much. Our solid waste system's got a great history. Solid waste management plan as proposed really gives us that Gantt chart of the next 15, 20 years, whatever the end date is on there. And we have the great partnerships with the franchise haulers now, the different entities that run those operations. We've seen the composting and recycling efforts really be successful, especially in a very dynamic market in the last few years. So big picture, this really does give us a snapshot of kind of asking and answering that question. As I say, I was struggling with, what am I asking for, and so this has worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
So that's a high-level view
Yeah.
of what we're at.
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying, is that, we already knew the private sector was doing a variety of services, and we weren't really, I don't think we were really thinking of changing what they were doing. That was more, would there be a possibility they really are involved in the development of the new landfill, the siting of it, whatever, and that's kind of a new, I thought this gives that option. Do you have any comments, Commissioner Dare?
No, that's why we wanted this appendix to be added, was the fact that the private possibility should be within the document at some point. So, no, Tim has done that clearly with the two-page statement.
So I have some just wording things that are just kind of, they're not that significant, but you can track them and see what you think. And
Okay.
so I'm on the second page, the fourth dot, where it's talking about the county attempted to site a new landfill in the 1990s. You go down in the third sentence, you have intends to fully consider the private sector as we move towards development of a new landfill in the county. I would add in there the private sector as an option or as options as we move forward. Just because we're spelling it out as an option, really. We're not just thinking about the private sector, we're thinking of them as an option. It gets kind of, I think that's what we kind of want to think about. Because that's what other counties have done, and it's a good time to think about it as we're doing it. So I was just going to add those words, as an option or options, as we move towards the development of a new landfill. So that was one suggestion, and I can get these to you
Okay, yeah.
later. And then in the last sentence, I was going to add and/or operation of a new facility. So just to say we might choose it for one of those, we might choose it for all of them, or whatever.
Okay.
And the fifth dot down below that, ensure equity of services, but also I thought we should end quality of customer service, because that's a big thing to me in terms of if we get to private sector involvement. My big concern is how's the customer service when it isn't the county officials that have to respond to how do you so I just was going to add that in. So ensures equity of services and quality of customer service. Just because it seemed like an easy place to put it, but. And then my third one it's kind of a technical thing, but I don't know if it may be right. On the last paragraph, as established under ORS 459-085, the county has the authority to ensure proper management of solid waste services, including meeting the mandates, is what you have now. I really think all we do is best efforts at meeting the mandates, because one of my big questions is this whole mandate thing, and I think we have a mandate that's larger than we should maybe have, and I don't know if we can ever, but it's really our best efforts at meeting the mandates.
You're referring to diversion rates at that?
Yeah.
So I agree with you that our diversion rate is not a mandate, and our best efforts is all that's required. But there's a lot of legislative required mandates in how we provide the opportunity to recycle that we do need to meet. So,
Oh, okay, well, maybe it's a more complicated sentence.
Mandates there.
Could be, includes meeting the mandates of that and
And
making the best
achieving
efforts of meeting the
goals.
goals, whatever,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
I didn't know I didn't know the difference, okay. So the other mandates, those are the ones that are kind of sprinkled through the report? Is that, because you refer to
Well-
mandates in different places in here, that different statutes that call out this and that. Is that what you're saying, those mandates?
I think the mandates that I'm referring to were not really, basically the Opportunity to Recycle law says that if you're a city over 10,000 people, here are some things you have to do. So you have to provide curbside collection at some frequency. You have to have our education and promotion program. So those are those mandates that I'm talking about. And I don't think we really got into that at all in the solid waste management plan. Those have been in place since the early 80s.
So any other thoughts on the private sector memo or added as appendix?
No, not specifically. I mean, as I say, it's a product. So where do we propose putting the two-pager?
It would just be appendix.
Appendix,
Whatever it is, there's a number of appendixes there, but it would be an appendix at the back of the plan. And of course, all the appendixes are listed in the table of contents as well. If you wanted to, we could consider a sentence somewhere in the body of the plan that would talk about, that paper as an appendix. I don't know if that's required or not, but certainly if you guys get the question, did you consider the private sector, you can point to that appendix in the plan and say, this is how we've done it and how we plan to do it in the future.
Wouldn't it be good, though, you've got a lot of recommendations here, so wouldn't it be good to have it somehow be pointed at?
As a recommendation?
That's something we're gonna consider or something, I think. I don't know where, but you have quite a few recommendations.
I talked to the consultants about that. We do have a chapter 8 is administration. So, that's your guys' call. If you want this to be a recommendation in the plan as opposed to an appendix, let me know.
I'm pleased with an appendix, because it's really just a frame of the way that, the history and the way we're proceeding, so it's not, because there's already opportunities, history, and, when the big things come up in the future, each piece will be evaluated for private sector opportunities.
But what I heard you calling out to add this in was that we actually do look at privatization, not that we.
Well, remember, so there's.
Open to it, but that we actually do.
If you back up all the way, there's the opportunity to say Deschutes County shall not be providing solid waste, but by contract by one entity. So that's, I'm not proposing we go there. That's backing up to the next step. So that, I guess, I don't know if that's answering what you were just gonna say.
Well, I was thinking you were wanting to, and maybe I misunderstood, I thought you were wanting to say we should look at that option of, and I'm not talking about one entity for everything, like I'm not really even talking about the franchise agreements, I'm more looking at whether we privatize the landfill itself somehow, or think about that.
Oh,
I
well, I
thought that
think that's
was
gonna
one of our-
happen, though. I think that, there's nothing precluding that from happening. That's where I would go. Because that's a big chunk. That's the big thing.
Yeah. I'll look at, I haven't thought about where to put it, but, the appendix is a good start, but I might advocate after I look at it particularly as a recommendation, but I'll have to see.
Well, yeah, and if there's a proposal on that, we can look how
I can look at
it
it.
fits, yeah.
So now going back to what I probably would have said if I was here last week or after going through it, that concerns me. As I read it, and I haven't read every page, but I've spent a number of hours looking through a lot of this and trying to organize in my head what all the committee came up with. I'm more clear that out of the committee, there's direction to look into or start the process of siting a landfill in somewhere in the county, and think about it, how we're going to do that and how much it's going to cost, et cetera. There's a lot of recommendations in here that there might have been some people on the committee that liked them, but I don't know that I like them. And I'm not sure I want to just do one blanket endorsement without more thought. And one of the ones I've talked about at other meetings, and I'll talk about it here, is there's a couple of them right off the bat, I think, in where you make recommendations. So I don't know what this one meant, but move towards establishing a standard waste reduction and reuse program throughout the county, and then to single-family home, multifamily units, and businesses. I don't know what that meant, standard waste reduction and reuse program. And what, is it not standard now, and what does standard mean, and why do we need a standard program?
So
That's your first recommendation.
Maybe standard's not a good word. We're striving for uniformity. So right now, 4 different franchises put out messages to their customers, and we feel that it would be valuable if that message was consistent across. Even to things like, let's make sure that the garbage and the recycling can and the yard debris can are all the same color across the different franchises, so there's no confusion. At the state level, there's
As an example, confused by who?
Pardon?
Who's confused, the homeowner, or?
Quite possibly. If you move from North Bend to South Bend, you go into a different franchise area, their messaging, the color of their cans, it also helps. It also helps with.
I just look and see what it says on the can, because I can't remember what day it is, but I look up what is it. But that's a good example. I mean, so I don't know that it's necessarily have it standard throughout across the county. I mean, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, maybe you get more creativity. I was surprised at looking at the different pieces of literature that different companies have produced. That Cascade has a different stuff than Ben Garbage and Wilderness. I mean, I don't know that standardization is the best thing. I guess I'm just bringing that up as an example of something that I didn't really see as the goal of that committee, and I don't know that you had the people on the committee to really evaluate that issue. I mean, you had good people on the committee to evaluate some of the issues, but I just wonder, and that's just an example of something that I wonder if we should be doing this across the board big recommendation thing. So that's just, so the next one is about the food waste thing. So, and I heard the ad today or something on the paper or the news today about now that anybody can do that. And maybe people want to do that, but maybe people don't want to do that. And I don't think we have the same needs to do it as Seattle and Portland do. And other than we're trying to meet a 45% goal that we set, I don't know that that's really that popular. It may be really popular and maybe something we want to do, but we're not, 100 miles, 150 miles from our landfill like Portland is, and we're all jammed up together. We live in a broader community. We got a lot, so I don't know and I don't know the costs of it. I don't know what the economic benefit is of it. And so a lot of that stuff, it kind of goes to, that's interesting. I'm up for considering that, but I don't think with who was on the committee, and one of my frustration was one of the things I learned about appointing committees is one thing to get everybody on a committee, it's another to get them to all show up and put input. And so you had certain people that are in the industry that were there putting in all their input, but some of the, I was an advocate for some of the private sector people, and some of them didn't come to some of the meetings. And so I don't know we really vetted that very well. And I know that the consultant likes it. I know that that's what they're doing in the big cities, but just because they're doing it in the big city doesn't mean that we necessarily have to do it throughout Deschutes County.
What is the downside that you see?
Maybe costs. I don't know what the costs are.
So currently, yard debris is collected on a subscription basis. If you don't like the cost, you don't have to apply and take that service. The food waste addition is all in that area. So again, we're saying that you can put all your food waste into your yard debris cart if you have a yard debris cart. There's no extra charge for that.
But you do go into stuff about new ways you're going to compost. There's stuff in here about new composting techniques and systems, and maybe because we're adding food to the product, we're going to have odor control issues. So there may be stuff in there we haven't. But my point is, we're discussing it now, but I don't know that there was anybody in the committee really challenging it, saying, wait a minute, before we start going down this path, because we supposedly have to meet a 45, how fast do we want to do that versus other things? And so for an example, to me, I'm kind of an advocate of the construction demolition stuff, because we are kind of a poster child of construction right now. We have a lot of it going on. We have a pretty well-to-do, our industry is pretty well-to-do. So maybe that would be a better thing to put our efforts in. And I'm a big believer that we can't do everything at once equally. So I guess that's my point, is some of these things are things I'd like to discuss some, rather than just we adopt this, because I don't think they were vetted as a priority, other than the one where you made the recommendation we shouldn't get into the alternative waste stuff, which, that was pretty well vetted. It seemed like that was something you talked about a lot, but I just think that's something we need to think about before we just say this is our plan. We've adopted it. We've looked at it for, we haven't, I've had more of a discussion today about this with you than I've had, previously, but I'm just saying that that's not much of a discussion really, because there maybe it makes us money. But I just feel like there's some of these recommendations that ought to be, maybe the recommendation is we look into it further, or work out the plan, or think about it, but.
So what I'm seeing on the schedule is task force starts off some of these projects, not all of them, but a few of them. And the ones you're referring to has task force or planning, then task force. Who's the task force? We just had the solid waste advisory committee. Is it going to be yeah?
So I would assume, you could insert solid waste advisory committee for a task force. I felt that it might be a little bit more focused, so we use the task force. It's also the big one that comes to my mind when we talk about a task force. It's multifamily dwelling recycling, and obviously the vast majority of that happened and will continue to happen inside the city, but we have it as well. And so a task force, of city and county, franchise collectors who are going to have to service those, that's what I'm talking about on a task force.
But, so you're saying we don't have the task force yet?
Well, we have a solid waste advisory committee, and whether those all became the task force, whether some of those people weren't interested, but other people might be, the makeup of that is yet to be determined. And it kind of depends on what we're talking about.
But again, there were certain people that are just advocates of this program. And I just used the example that, and there's another thing, an element in this, and I can't really cover in what we have today, time-wise, all these points, but there was some mention about to reduce the amount of garbage, we'll charge more. There's an unfairness now because we don't charge more per gallon for bigger containers than smaller. We actually charge less per gallon for bigger containers per gallon. And there was discussion there about incentivizing, if we would charge more for bigger containers, people wouldn't have as much garbage. Well, to me, the cost should be, that's what we see so much in the city of Bend, where, well, gosh, if we make the roads narrower and we don't have parking, people won't drive as much. So we'll achieve that goal that I have of not driving as much. That's what some people's goal is. My goal is really getting to where I want to go every day, not somebody telling me whether I want to drive, should drive as much as I do. And so I kind of view that with these kind of proposals is we should be looking at the cost of things and what I don't know that it's our goal to redirect behavior, is all I'm saying. And so, but that, I don't think that's been fully vetted in any task force committee or whatever. I mean, I know who was on the committee and I went to a couple of the meetings and could kind of see it evolve. And I just think some of that stuff needs to be talked at differently. I'm good with some of these recommendations. Right out of the gate, we did what we were looking at doing about the landfill and this sort of thing. But there's some of this that's, to me, still has to be developed. So I guess that's my suggestions. We would adopt some recommendations now, and we might adopt some more down the road. But
I also felt that our intent was, with the plan, was to kind of set that direction. You know, I don't think the plan dictates that we have to change our rate structure to incentivize. It's in there as a suggestion. You will approach that how you choose to approach that. The City of Bend will approach it differently. We're not trying to dictate what they do. You know, they won't dictate what we do. So it was kind of, these are the ideas that we have, this is the direction we want to go. The details, who owns it, who operates it, you know, do we incentivize through rate structure changes? Those are all decisions that will be made in the future after a discussion with you guys.
So one of the realities I'm kind of seeing right now is that the solid waste management plan, document, ideas, direction to the whole thing, is going to kick off a lot of activity and a lot of decision points. And it'll happen at the advisory committee, it'll happen in management, and it'll happen at the policy level also. So I'm just kind of digesting comments here, but yeah, this is going to be movement towards, you know, the capital improvements you're talking about, but also now the recycling. If you notice, 3.5 is expand and develop new C&D programs, recycling, and that's a year off, you know. So there's people that want to do that now possibly, and then we're talking about all generators for recycling program standardization. So yeah, each one of these is going to be an effort and a project.
Well, I guess, yeah, and that's a good example. It kind of reminds me when we were doing the bus thing and we were trying to push the bus from Lapine to Sun River to this year, but somebody else had set it out in a different program, and I don't think we won that. I don't think it happened this summer. I don't know if it'll happen next summer, but the
It will
point
happen
is,
next summer.
But the
this
policy
year.
choice was this summer. Yeah.
but what we wanted to do is this summer, and we thought it could be
We
done.
did get a price. It was going to be $1,215 a day, which was not quite feasible for the short period that we were given the price, which was really late in the season. So,
But that's a good example, is the schedule that, see, what we're being asked to do is adopt all of that in one fell swoop. And I'm saying, maybe we should talk about the relative importance of C&D, and then if you're gonna do food waste, like, I see that as a big thing in the restaurant business, et cetera, because that's a big producer of food waste. I don't think the home production is as high, but.
but it's
I
25.
agree.
But it's 25%, which is huge when you look at the whole number. And I heard the ad this morning too, and I was like, yes, Tim, we're finally starting to do some things and in order to bring that down. And I thought that was great.
But if 25% is all generated by restaurants, maybe that's where the effort ought to be put. But you're gonna have to get some restaurants that actually want to clean up their stuff.
Well,
because
I believe they are already, aren't they not?
There's a few.
And the
There's a
hospital
few
is
that have
probably a big
experienced.
generator. And then we have school waste, you know, from the cafeterias. So, you know, it's all an
Vegetables, kids.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but so anyway, I guess I'd be more comfortable, we talk through some of these goals and maybe have a little more discussion and not just accept what a few people, because that's what it ended up being, really, a few people decided most of this, and, so anyway.
Well, this is the committee work, and this is, the industry was at the table, the current providers, plus.
I guess
advocates.
what I'm hearing, Phil, I think the vetting and the further discussion that you want to have will happen as we implement the plan. I mean, because the plan says we should increase food waste diversion, that doesn't mean that Deschutes County has to move one step in that direction if you guys choose not to do that.
The recommendations, but then industry people can offer solutions. I mean, you know, it's on a piece of paper saying we'd like to be doing this. If we don't put resources to it, that means we're not doing it. But somebody may come to us and say, "Hey, I got a great idea," which is all those, things that come to you all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's money in it.
You know, like the people that work at events and do
Yeah.
all that recycling. I mean, we need more programs like that, where it's economically viable for someone and it's providing a great service.
Okay.
Well, as I say, I mean, I'm more comfortable getting to closure here with this as a guiding document to, get the horizon, what we can see over the horizon kind of clarified, knowing the big picture, knowing that land use for a future landfill site's going to be a big project, and that's going to be, a big nut to crack. But also these other recommendations are all just going to kind of roll. It's a live system. It's being used every day, and yeah, we need to keep it rolling.
Okay, well, I'd like to, we've had a little bit of discussion about this. Maybe we could talk between now and our next meeting about it, some of it, and see if there's some way, a solution. I just feel like we should, not everything's equal, and the way it's set out now, is really beyond what I thought we were set up to do, and I guess I want to break it down a little bit, so that's where I think we could talk about it. I mean, we don't have time to really talk through it any more than we have. I admit I'm behind a little bit from what you all have talked about, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
That completes item 16 for today. We're scheduled to come back at 1, begin the next items. I guess that's 30 minutes. Is that okay with everyone?
That'll work for me.
For you? Okay.
Of course it is.
Thanks.
Okay.
Hey, thank you very much.
We'll recess till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll recess till 1 o'clock. Everyone back after our recess. We'll go on to item number 17, this continuation of the Board of Commissioners September 18th meeting. We'll reconvene on item number 17, consideration of board signature of resolution number 2019-42.
Commissioners, if I might, you might consider, I'm sorry, it's 19 that goes with 18. Yeah, I'm sorry.
We have a motion to change the entire agenda.
Can we do a redo?
Redo. Okay, go ahead. Morning,
Greg
or
Munn.
afternoon, I mean.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Greg Munn from Finance. I'm sitting in for Andrea Perkins, who is at a GFOA conference right now learning how to improve our budget process. So more to come there. So the agenda item before you is to consider a signature of resolution number 2019-042, which approves a new grant and increases an FTE for behavioral health, intellectual and development disabilities program. So the grant portion, it's $1,016,000. The portion of this is funded by increased grant funds is $776,863. Those are funds that were awarded from the state after our budget was adopted, so these are new dollars. The balance of the difference between the proposed budget increase and the grant is $239,240. Those are carry forward dollars from last year into this year that were not budgeted either, but that actually were new carry forward dollars. Any questions or anything specific?
So this is a follow-on from state legislative process. This is one of those areas that got funded higher than assumed during our budget process.
Yeah, and in my past, this has been very common with grant funds that come through. The state will realize that they have additional dollars at the end of a fiscal year or towards the end of a contract period, and will redistribute those based on some sort of methodology. And I just confirmed with the experts behind me here that that was also the case here.
We were briefed on the concept of calculated resource need from the state, and possibly adding 6 could have been justified by the state's calculations, 6 FTE, 6 staff. We're proposing 3.
It's actually, it's for the first year, and do those 4 stay, or is it the second year is only 3? That's.
Would you like me to come up? So the workload model would have supported approximately 11 additional staff in the biennium, because this is a biennial funding mechanism. So the 4 staff are hired in fiscal year 20, and the additional 3 staff are hired in the second fiscal year of the biennium, for a total of 7 additional FTE.
Okay.
So I have a couple questions. Appreciate that you took the time to, we reviewed this, I think, twice. You came in once, and then I had some questions. You came in, answered those. I guess the only, as I understand it, we would not get these funds, is this correct? We would not get these funds if we didn't create or contribute a match to it? Or would we get these funds anyway?
So yes and no. So one set of additional revenue is because the service element dollars were increased as part of the workload model. So we get those funds regardless. That's base funding. The second additional.
And as I'm looking at the items, is base funding the BWC or the straight grant IDD? What's base funding in that?
Base funding is the service element dollars that fund the administrative portion of IDD and the case management portion of IDD. And then the additional revenue that's related to match is if counties put up county general fund, we have the ability, if we meet and counter rate expectations, to have a state match of $1.7 to the $1 put up through county general fund. And part of why we're in a positive situation this year isn't just because of the increased service element dollars, it's also because we ended up with more match revenue than we anticipated. We ended up with 530, 590, and that was 239,000 more than we had projected we would gain in match. And that really has to do with submitting our encounter data and having that reconciliation at the end of the year, which happens after we submit our budget.
I guess where I'm going with this is that I'm glad if you get more money than you thought we were going to get from the state, but we've made this move where we're using general funds for health services, and I don't really think that's the direction I want to keep going. I want to, and so I want to make sure the next budget cycle we have a better sense of this, because it's not just in this particular department, it's throughout our health department, and this trend started a few years ago, but really property taxes to me shouldn't be the basis of the health system. It should be what we're getting from the state and the federal government or what other systems. I guess the other part, though, that I'm asking is, or quite interested in is, so we seem to be in an upcycle for spending on programs like this from the state. I mean, they're giving more money than we thought they were going to give. There must be people there that are advocates for this. I mean, we didn't have the same luck, for instance, getting a new judge this year. There was less, there wasn't new money for that, but there's new money for this compared to last. Is there any way we could ever put this, instead of just adding more people and using it all up, put some of this aside so that if we ever get to lean years, we have a built-up reserve in the department so we can keep providing the services?
So you've commented on lots of things, and I'd like to respond to all of them.
Well, the main two were, you can start with the last one, because that reserve interests me.
Well, the tricky thing about the IDD budget is that in order to be eligible for match, we have to spend the previous year's match. Now, that does not mean that if there are other dollars that are unspent, we could not consider putting that into reserve. So that is a way that the IDD budget functions that is somewhat different from behavioral health. The reason that, the other thing that's different about the IDD budget and the match relationship is that the match opportunity, if you want to think of it that way, was created because the state acknowledged that the service element funding was always reduced at the end of the projection of what was needed. So they do this workload model. They say, this is what we think your community needs based on your population and your service delivery, and we're going to give you about 83% of what we think you need. And if counties choose to participate in the match program, they can leverage additional state dollars that way. So that is the way that the IDD match model sort of functions, for good or ill. We're very grateful for it because it has, in previous years, allowed us to continue to operate at a level we felt appropriate when we would have been in a deficit situation without it.
But, I mean, it's a big jump from one budget to the next. I mean, it's up 25 or 30%. It's gone from $2,374,000 to $3,000,001. I mean, it's a huge jump. I mean, and you can't anticipate it'll jump like that every year going forward.
They tend to be biennial jumps, and they're related to when the workload model identifies what the additional cost is. So we're a county that's fortunate to be growing, although there are some pressures that come from that. And when our IDD population grows, that means the workload model identifies that we need additional revenue and there's additional need.
But I think you also have there's people in the legislature or the governor's office that are supportive with this budget area. It's not just doing it based on the workload model, because you could say that, I go back to judges, we need 3 more judges than we have, but there's nobody from the state sending the money here. So there's a workload model that says we could have 3 more circuit judges. But so that what we don't have is a champion at the legislature or the governor's office saying it. And I think and that's all I'm getting at, is it seems like you're in a good era now from the state's support. Can we reserve money? And I guess, are we thinking about that? Because you might get to a point where you didn't have as much money and they favored judges and they didn't, whatever. Can we reserve?
I think wherever we can put dollars into reserve, we're making an effort to do that. Sometimes the rules make it difficult for us to actually save because they expect us to spend. But I think where we can save, I completely agree that we should, and we are making efforts to do that.
I remember that our state population was a little less than 29,000 for this program, and they were asking for like 153 million at the meeting I was at the state. What is our county population, do you know, for like the
IDD? We have now 659 individuals that we're serving.
Okay.
So
And
it's
it's grown-
increased by about 9% in the last year, which is a fairly significant uptick in service population.
Okay.
Questions, Commissioner Moore?
Just acknowledging the concept of general fund for health services. What I've seen over time is the whole health department is very dynamic, and it used to be struggle more personally at the budget time, thinking, there's bad things happening or something's getting funded or underfunded or more dollars are coming. It's dynamic. It's just, it is. It is what it is. I support the concept that we really do need to understand our general fund match with these things. Sounds like that number, 83%, was kind of the number put out there by the state. So this does get to our legislative efforts at AOC, to the state legislature, and understanding the health department, Department of Health at the state.
Yeah, and I do want to add that I understand the concern about county general fund commitment, and that is why in this particular proposal and in the budget that we modeled, we project that we will be able to return, and we can't be sure till we close the books at the end of the year, but we project that we'll be able to return some county general fund, not an insignificant amount, back to the county.
And I'm just adding for clarity.
Yeah.
We all want clarity about, okay, this is what the state did, this is what county general fund or tax dollars or, how the health department dollars flow. So, and we're doing a lot better at that these days.
And the second part of this request is for funding that would be for capital expenditure, right? Either leasing or buying a place and who's going to be looking at that or who's making that decision?
Well, that will be made in collaboration with our Board of County Commissioners, and I think that Dave Inbody and James Lewis and our director will be talking with all of you very soon about what are the space needs in Redmond. And I think there are larger conversations on the schedule related to that as well. So this was just an opportunity to say, we don't need all those 7 positions in year 1. We can squirrel away some dollars for a capital expenditure if that's something we're able to do.
Tom, do you have any thoughts on this proposal or this financing, et cetera?
On the staffing level or the space?
Well, both, I guess.
Well, just on the space, we're actually, and Greg knows this, we met last week to talk about several looming projects that are on the close horizon, potentially, although the board hasn't given any final direction, but how we might pay for these various spaces. So that'll come to you just for discussion here in the next couple weeks. But one of those items is something in Redmond, North County. James has been looking for a couple of months now for opportunities in Redmond, whether that's a building to purchase, available lease space, or land that we could potentially build on. So we recognize there's a need there for health and our overall county services in North County. So we're going to be having a conversation very soon with you on that part. Meanwhile, we talked about this yesterday with health staff. I think if an opportunity comes up that the board's comfortable with in the very near term with available lease space or potentially even a building, that we might be able to act on that quickly. Again, not presupposing anything, but we do have equity in our existing building up there that we could potentially leverage for something. The first part of that, in terms of the staffing, as you've had discussions directly with staff, I have as well with Greg, and I think Commissioner DeBone said earlier, it's kind of just the fluctuating nature of the various revenue streams that support the array of services in health. They tend to fluctuate quite a bit. And in this particular opportunity, we have been, the states recognize that our population is increasing and they're willing to pay for it. So, I guess if you believe in the service that we are providing to this particular population, it makes sense, recognizing that there are some larger political considerations in terms of the required, property tax base, the general fund that's necessary in order to add that second piece, that, the additional 17% of the population that the state doesn't fund as part of the base. So, I'm comfortable, in other words, to kind of sum with the mechanics of how this would work. Just that piece, obviously the larger policy considerations is up to you all.
Any other questions, Commissioner Dare? Any questions?
No questions.
So, and what do you have any thoughts about the reserve issue and building a reserve in our health department in terms of?
Yeah, actually, I made a note based on our conversation yesterday. I haven't had a chance to pass on to Greg yet. Greg's putting together the potential resource side of that capital analysis that I mentioned just now. But the reserve in health is one that we need to add to that, recognizing that it's dedicated to a certain piece of our capital need. But, I believe that is smart to, if we can, shoehorn folks in the short term to get to the point where we can do something a little bit more sensible in terms of a longer solution with the board's review and approval.
With that, I'll move board signature of resolution number 2019-042, approving the grant funds and increasing FTE for behavioral health IDD program.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, we go on to 18, which is consideration of chair signature document number 2019-657, IGA with Oregon Health Authority.
So, Commissioners, this is related to number 19 as well. So the first item is a request for the board's signature on the amended IGA, which amends service element 16 to add some dollars in 16A. Whether that means anything to you or not. But the bottom line is that is a service element that funds peer-delivered services provided by counties. And the state made some effort to expand funds in that area to allow for them to provide counties the ability to have peer-delivered services specifically for veterans. So we have, in fact, already brought this item to you a number of months ago, had your approval for that, but again, when they sent us the amended IGA, it had considerably more revenue in it. And that is the IGA that we're asking the board to accept and sign. And then Mr. Munn will talk a little bit about what that means for us in terms of the budget. So I don't know if you want to do one thing at a time or have the full discussion on both items.
Well, the documents are pretty self-explanatory, I think. Yeah. What you're saying, this is the one that has more money.
Yes.
And then we've basically got another person or enough for another person for each of 2 years. Isn't that what it is?
We have enough to extend the person through the full biennium.
The full biennium, okay. It's a person we already have then.
Person we already have.
Okay.
I hope you get to meet him, actually. He's lovely. So.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So remember, we had a discussion at our Association of Oregon Counties District 2 meeting about criminal justice dollars going down and having to manage in the areas. And then one of the questions of the day was, well, where are these dollars going from? We're going to. So remember, this is possibly some of those choices that are made at the state legislative session. Less here and more here.
Well, that's
and
what
we're
I'm
seeing
saying
it. Yeah.
about judges versus IDD. I think there's things that are favored and things that are less favored now. And those, I have kind of the same question about reserves here, that in the years we're getting more money, that may not always be true, and to keep providing that service. But yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
That is the good question.
Health and Human Services. So yeah, just an observation. The peer support specialist is a great program. Life experience and outreach and being able to get in the door and make those connections is going to be valuable. Personally, politically, I would rather see the family unit and the faith-based community do this kind of work and not government, but this is where we're at right now in this funding and at the state to the county. And some people just don't have those connections. You know, it's generational. People are just getting very on an island by themselves without the family support systems. So the rest of the story.
Yeah.
Commissioner Dare, any comments, questions?
No, it was a significant amount of money.
Yeah, it was. It was a surprise to us.
Yeah.
Not explained, just delivered. So we needed to develop a plan for how to expend those dollars. And we mostly want to do that by extending the amount of time the person can serve.
Well, the fact that we have, 13,000 veterans in Deschutes County is really, we definitely have the need, and so that's the really good news.
Yeah.
We could use the money for our residents.
It seems like, between this and the CCBHC money, and I don't know, it just seems like the sun is shining, so to speak.
It's threatening to shine.
What's that?
It's threatening to shine. We don't have confirmation yet, but we're hopeful, so.
Oh, you don't have confirmation on this?
No, this is definite. As you sign,
The IGA.
the dollars come to the county. We're still waiting for word on the CCBHC
Oh, I see.
continuation, so.
Okay.
Has the Senate done anything?
I don't know. I haven't heard.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it either.
I think someone would tell me.
I think so.
Okay.
Again, yeah, I think it's I'm glad we're having the additional money. It seems like the peer services work well. So that, I guess I'll seek a motion to approve this.
We have a chair signature of document number 2019-657, the IGA with Oregon Health Authority.
And I'll second it.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes.
Now that those monies have been documented to be received, the next item is approving the grant funds, increasing the FTE for veteran peer services. So this is just the flip side of this same
This is
conversation.
the money side. This is the $35,000 increase, which is well north of a 40% increase in grant funding for that. So that will extend that one position for 12 months.
Okay.
So I was just pointing out that I'll make the motion in board signature resolution number 2019-043, approving those new grant funds.
And I'll second it.
Just a quick question. So this is some additional money beyond the one we just did?
This is the budget adjustment that reflects what we're doing with that additional revenue this year in the current budget.
And why does it show 35,000? I thought we were doing $200,000 in the last thing.
We may need Cheryl's help on this. This is the amount additional for this year.
Oh,
So it's a 2-year, it's more than a 2-year grant. Well, no, it goes through July of 2021.
Correct. We budgeted about 83,000 in this fiscal year, and for this fiscal year, it'll be 118,000. So this reflects larger than budgeted and adopted.
okay. Let's see, did we get a motion? And so I had a question, so now we're going to vote. Okay, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Okay, thank you. Let's see. So the next item, number 20, is consideration whether to hear an appeal of hearings officer decision order number 2019-035 14922 Remuda Road Sisters. We have a new staff person to us, right? Have you been in front?
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I have not been before you before, so today's the first. All right, good afternoon. For the record, Heather Ward, Assistant Planner, Deschutes County Planning Division. Before I go into a description of the appeal before you today, I just want to make the board aware that both the applicant and the appellant have indicated that they prefer this matter to go directly to LUBA, and that since it involves a matter of state law interpretation, both parties have indicated that if the board does choose to hear the appeal, that either party will be appealing that decision onward. So at this point, I just wanted to leave it open to the board to decide whether or not to hear the appeal now, or I can continue with the staff summary if you would like.
I was so glad I called you yesterday. Because after I was reading and the fact that they owned the property from, 1969, and you had to own it prior to 85 in order to get the conditional use of permit, and yet it was immediately appealed by Landwatch, so, yes.
Yeah, and I did the same thing. I kind of read through the hearings officer statement or, final document, and then I asked about it, and then it was pointed out the fact that this is really kind of the county matches the state very specifically on these words, and it's an interpretation that we probably don't have a lot of deference on.
So it sounds like we've got support from two of the commissioners, and I'll probably join in also to not hear it. It seems like it will be appealed. That seems likely to me after reading the summaries. Seems like we're kind of just a stop along the way now on most of these things, and it seems like pretty much everything goes to LUBA, so.
Well, it's good that both
as well
parties
just,
have made that
yeah,
clear
if they've
upfront,
made it
though.
clear, I was interested to hear whether the applicant had also felt that way, and we don't have a way really to ask, so it's good to know. And there's no recommendation from it by staff or legal that we should hear this for some reason.
No, you can certainly hear this appeal. but-
Recommendation, do you
Yeah.
think we should?
It's up to you, and we just don't know how much deference the board would be given
Yeah.
if you did hear this, so,
So then the clarity might come from our legal staff. There you go.
yeah.
Adam?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Adam Smith, Assistant Legal Counsel. I'm fine going on the record recommending that you not hear this, especially since both parties are preferring to save the time and the money and to allow this to proceed directly on Toluba, and I don't think we'll get any deference at all. And if the parties wanted the commissioners to hear it, I think that still is debatable if it's in the best interest of the county to hear a matter, but especially when both parties would prefer to save their resources and have it proceed directly on Toluba. I would recommend that you respect their wishes on that.
Thank you.
I guess what we just need is a motion. Don't we have two orders in here? Or two proposed, one to hear and one not to hear?
Are they both the same number?
They're both the same order number.
So I'll move hearings, order number 2019-039, denying hearing the appeal.
I'll second it.
And any further comments? Okay. We did receive a good book on it, and there's lots in there. And Mr. DeBone and I were joking about earlier some of the items, and which it's hard to-
I didn't bring the book down,
Yeah.
but I didn't quite need it either.
So, Commissioner DeBone?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Heather, and thank you for
welcome.
the nice
Thank you.
job.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is the deliberations amending Deschutes County Transportation System Plan and Terrebonne Community Plan by adoption of the Terrebonne Refinement Plan.
Morning, Commissioners. Peter Russell, Senior Transportation Planner. That matter before you is deliberations on whether to add the Terrebonne Refinement Plan to the Deschutes County TSP. I'm joined by Adam Smith, our County Legal Counsel, who's going to go first.
I'm so sorry, Commissioners, to interrupt, but I just spoke with Carol Macbeth, of course, with Central Oregon Land Watch, and she would like it clarified. Tia Lewis, on behalf of her client, would prefer that the matter go directly to LUBA. Central Oregon Land Watch does not object to that request, but they don't want at all to have it be suggested that they prefer you to not hear it. They, of course, respect the board's decision-making and the process, and so I'm clarifying that on behalf of Ms. Macbeth.
Understood.
No,
Yeah,
actually,
understood,
not
and-
necessarily a problem.
Yeah, thank you,
Like to
Carol.
This would add a couplet to Terrebonne, a highway couplet would be, the current highway alignment would be 2 lanes southbound, 11th Street would become 2 lanes northbound of US 97, and the county would change jurisdiction to ODOT for 97. It would also include an interchange at Lower Bridgeway in 97 with the ramps being a roundabout terminal. Those are the major transportation elements. With that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I defer to the board.
Okay, so this is We've had quite a bit of information on this. We've had, as it went along, we also had the hearing up in Terrebonne about it. Then we actually got a lot of submittals since the hearing, so that's good. I think we're pretty well informed about it. I guess we can just all discuss what our thoughts are, concerns. So, you want to go first or third, second?
Yes.
Short straw, we can draw straws, who goes first? Go ahead.
I can. So, we've got a lot of good input on this, very passionate from the community members. This beautiful little thing we call Terrebonne, with this big, busy highway going through it. We went through the whole process of, public input and some folks saying we want to be able to get that left in and, the traffic going north and south both ways on that intersection. Kind of the double roundabout situation has evolved. ODOT's, gone back and redesigned, so it's very positive. We had a great public hearing on this matter up there, attended by folks that are very passionate on this subject. Some of the things I've heard, just the access issues, parking issues, changing how the town might go. And now I'm starting to refer to support for a couplet is the frame of mind I'm speaking to right now, because then there's access issues and parking issues and cross-town flow. But once we put it in a TSP, Transportation System Plan, then it's on paper the fact that this is the direction we're going, and those specific issues, and there were a lot of them brought up, can be dealt with, can be mitigated, can be designed around. Some things are just going to be true changes. If there's a storefront on one road and it's not going to be the same, there's going to be true changes. But it'd be irresponsible not to proceed in an orderly fashion with the funds provided by the state of Oregon at this time. So I'm just showing support for this couplet, getting it into the TSP, and then really working with the issues of the town. We heard other off highway effects and roads that need to be dealt with. Once it's in the TSP, we can start scheduling those future improvements. There you go.
You want to go next, or want me to?
Okay, I will. I have driven through Terrebonne so many times, and I was trying to think about this situation and the fact that, 2 years ago, the state said $20 million for Terrebonne. And originally, everyone thought it was $20 million for Lower Bridge. And because I use Lower Bridge a lot, I recognize that it's quite difficult to go north on Lower Bridge. But then when this plan came in, somehow the vision was, let's just change everything in Terrebonne. Well, Terrebonne is only 1 mile long. When you start at the sign of Terrebonne to go to Lower Bridge, that's exactly 1 mile. So now we're talking about spending $27 million and taking out 11th Street, which on one end happens to be it's light industrial on one end. So, you feel that. And then the other incredibly impactful thing that a year ago we'd asked for a light, or the people in Terrebonne had said we need a light, and ODOT very clearly said, no, you can't have a light. And I'm going, just one light, and apparently you have to have 2 lights if you have lights. But, I'm thinking about Terrebonne as one end of Deschutes County, and then I'm visioning Lapine at the other end, and I'm thinking, okay, Lapine has a light on First Street. It was 40, it's now down to 35. People, of course, drive faster than 35. They're probably going through their, 40, whatever. They do have the flashing lights in Lapine. People do cross the street, taking their life into, their own hands. Hopefully they're making it. And teenagers do cross at First Street in Lapine where the stoplight is. They cross the street in the crosswalks to go to the McDonald's. So that's what's happening in Lapine. But that's the south end of the county. So I'm going, okay, why did Lapine get their light and Terrebonne was never allowed a light? And the really impactful thing that I don't think I saw represented was the fact that the numbers at Smith Rock have doubled since 2002 to 12. It was only 400,000 people, and then now it's 800,000, it's 900. I mean, Smith Rock has been so promoted by Travel Oregon, that those numbers are huge. There's only 400 and some parking spots there. I know when my husband went there this spring, he had to pay for a spot. It's so busy, and that all comes out on Smith Rock Way. And I'm thinking, like, okay, so how many cars can go? You know, the new plan is that they'll stop at the stop sign, they'll cross 2 lanes looking left, and then there's a waiting area to go and to actually go south. And there's only room there for like 6 to 8 cars. And yet when you look at the number of cars that are at Smith Rock every day, I would think that that could easily back up. It could back up to the railroad tracks. I don't know. I just feel like Terrebonne itself is a rural community. This weekend when I drove through Shaniko, you know, there's a big U to Shaniko. You don't really, unless you need to, you don't go around it. But there's a fabulous ice cream place there that only if you know about it, you don't go there. You know, we see a lot of things in rural Oregon that have their personal rural character has been eliminated, and I feel like Terrebonne is very important to Deschutes County. I really admire and respect the people that live there, and I really feel like the character of the town was not thought enough with this plan. So that's my feeling.
Obviously, I have a lot of thoughts about it too. I volunteered to be on the Refinement Advisory Committee, and but my goal really wasn't to steer anything. It was just to try to stay in touch with the process as it went along. I was kind of frustrated with several things. One was, I really was hoping there'd be a consensus agreement of a plan that worked, that 80-90% of the people liked, and so we wouldn't be at a hearing in Terrebonne a few weeks ago where most people were against it. I view it as a county commissioner that really we represent the people that live there more than we represent the state highway system. So I really wanted to get a plan that there would be a consensus around it. I don't feel that happened. Another thing that bothers me is that I was there when they were talking about, 19 million or something, 18 million for the couplet and 24 million for the 5-lane. Well, by the end of the day, they're at 40 million for the 5-lane. And so what I feel like is the state should have just came and said, the only thing we can do is a couplet, so we're not going to consider anything else, rather than consider all this stuff and put on all these meetings and act like there's all this input coming in. But really, there's not money to do the 5-lane. There's 4, if they're priced. And I really struggled with why was the estimate so poor at the beginning? And all I can attribute it, like when I build houses, you would never start with a house that's this many square feet and then all of a sudden it costs twice as much, or 3, and I feel like there's a missing part there, that the cost went up, and I don't even know if 40 million is the right number or if it's just a high number so it discourages people. So I feel like there wasn't a consensus built. They basically boxed, us into only one option. I've wondered why that we can't get more money. I don't quite understand with the transportation plan. $5 billion, we're about 5% of the state. That'd be $250 million. Well, why are we only getting, all I know that we've gotten so far is maybe 60 million for the north end of Bend and 20 million. We've got a third of what is 5%. And plus we're a big tourist destination. So I'm really troubled with the fact that we've been told there's no more money. And the other part is ever since this has happened, I've driven around, everywhere I drive, I think about comparisons, et cetera. And I was going to the coast this weekend for a family reunion and drove State Highways 58 and then the one that goes from Drain over to Reedsport and then 101. And, there's lots of places, we have lots of passing lanes and big projects, and I don't quite get why this, if you take our section, I don't know why we're not getting more money for this section of road. So I guess until we get more, it just seems like we're boxed into one thing, and so I don't like that. I understand that, I am concerned that, I don't know whether really one is safer than the other. We deal with 5 lane, I deal with 5 lanes every day on Greenwood, so I'm used to it. And I think people will cross it. I think that they have a flashing light there that people use. So I really liked putting one, you know, if I was choosing an option, I really liked the options all in one place if they want more lanes. But I really think they should extend it all the way to Cinder Butte and do the whole thing. I do think it's true that when we get to the 2 lanes in the middle of the city, people will pass, because I do that. When I go on a trip, I'm always thinking about the next place I'm going to pass, because I drive faster than most people and I want to get there. And so I think people will speed up, and I think because that's human nature. Not everybody speeds up. Some people like going their speed, but those are the people we're getting around. So also, I think in Terrebonne, I have a lot of respect for the business community, and I don't know if they speak for all the citizens but we did have a lot of citizens that are against it. But I think the business community needs to be listened to in a plan like this, because they're first and foremost our priority, more than the state highway system. And so a couple ideas I had. One would be, I also wondered why Jefferson County's not putting any money in, since we're basically giving access to their 5,000 homes or whatever, Crooked Ranch. So it seems like they should be putting some money in. But I just think that the plan needs to be better developed, and it's not like the other places that have couplets. It's not like Madras, where you got a multi-block city and you put a couplet and it's still a multi-block city. It's not this, and it's not like the place in Redmond that have done that. This is really a community, and if community members think it's not going to be good for the community, then they should be honored in that, or they should certainly be be involved in designing something that does work for them. So I'm not in favor of it either at this point. And maybe they could get there with some additional money or effort, but that's where I am.
So one of my beginning statements was it'd be kind of irresponsible not to do something. I'm going to advocate for this couplet maybe. And I don't know that there's a negotiation here or anything, but it's
Was there ever? But that's my point. Was there ever a negotiation?
Was there ever a negotiation?
Yeah, I think the whole thing was a couplet from the start, and I don't think it was a negotiation, and that's I guess my point.
Well, but so then you're
responsible to not let the community have a say, in my view.
So as staff, I'll just point out that in the TSP and the Terrebonne Community Plan both specifically forbid a 5-lane section. So the only options ODOT really had to look at was a couplet, a bypass, or a system of signals. So the 5-lane.
Or a what?
Be a couplet, a bypass, or if they had signals.
Signals, that's what I was talking about.
Those were the only ones that are allowed conceptually.
You kept saying we couldn't do that.
Because when you got to the operational level, when you began to analyze how those work, then the signals failed in the system. So that's why the signals dropped off, because they wouldn't meet the requirements of the Oregon Department of Transportation.
But why did we go through it all then? Why do we act like we're going to consider? I mean, we're still to this day, we were at our hearing, we were considering a 5-lane. I mean, I remember walking the gym in the Grange Hall to see what a 5-lane feels like. So to say we never could have done it, it's not true, because I remember specifically, you put a chair here and a chair there, and we walked across, and they said, well, see how many seconds it takes. And
so if they had gone to a 5-lane, it would have required a plan amendment to our TSP and to the Terrebonne Refinement Plan as well, because we had language.
So there was an option to do a 5-lane, and there still is.
Well, I would argue as a planner that you've already made the decision as a community when you had the TSP and the Terrebonne Community Plan knock the 5-lane off. There's already been community input on that, and so that really wasn't one of the options that they could do. They did it mainly because the members of the community that opposed it, and again, there were several who support. So typically in a hearing process, as you know, the opponents stay to the bitter end, the supporters often fall away.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I have no way, and I don't think any of us do, to judge what the community feels. What I saw was very few people supporting it, and I don't know why that is, but I expected to build a consensus. I remember hearing that from people, staff people, that, oh, we're getting close and everybody's everybody's agreeing with it. I don't know if that's true. I didn't get that feel at the hearing, and we don't have a way to poll. And I know there's some good advocates for it. Our head of our planning commission was an advocate for the couplet, but but there wasn't a consensus in the community from what I gathered. So
this is change in a small community. It's hard for everybody involved, and this is my mindset here. It's not a comfortable time to have to do this even, but the gridlock, I came through there a couple weekends ago where I was driving back on a Sunday. It was backed up in all directions, and I was thinking, well, what's going on? But that's just the natural backup there. So as I say, it's a shame if we don't move this forward. The couplet is the safe option. It is change. The community's going to have to digest it. There'll be other movements, off the highway system, referring to transportation improvements, driveway will change, there'll be some changes in town. But it's to say, it's irresponsible not to move forward is kind of one of the conclusions I come to because of the safety. I mean, think of that school there. How do you get across the street when there's a stream of semis from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock every morning or whatever it is? I mean, it's just gridlock there. So that's the conclusion that I come to.
So it doesn't sound like we have support to adopt the couplet today. So I don't know what the next step is. But
Well, you do take a formal vote whether you approving or denying the plan amendment. Or you continue the deliberations, that's another option.
Yeah. Either come to a vote today
Well,
or continue in deliberation.
I mean, it kind of bothers me when, what I think is responsible is the state of Oregon spending what they need to spend on this project.
Right.
And not pretending they don't have money. And they have a huge batch of money that they got from the taxpayers. And so that's what I think is irresponsible.
Yeah,
and
we
they
live
need
in
to
a
hear
state
that.
Where the metro area needs hundreds of millions of dollars
Yeah,
at
well-
a time, and they gave this amount to a specific problem in support of getting a transportation
Yeah.
package passed,
Well-
which is the politics of the situation. The
I don't
seed
know.
money is the starting point. We're adding local dollars to it, and it's going to help the throughput.
I went to a lot of those meetings. I went to the one July of 18 at the Grange. I went to the one at the church at Crooked River. The people with the other side were finally, I think the meeting started at 6 promptly. There were a couple hundred people in the meeting. And I know the Crooked River people really do need something in order to go north safely. And, but, it would have been simple just to do an interchange, but no, we're told, no, that costs too much money, to do like a U Avenue and actually do it where, you just go down there, you stop, and then you make your north turn. So it's really, it's very unfortunate when you hear about record revenue going to some programs, and yet we're supposed to kind of do our roads as cheaply as possible and not do them right. And I really believe that we need to do things right, but we also need to respect the community, and Terrebonne is the gateway to Deschutes County. So I respect
How
it.
about I might suggest that we continue deliberations to another meeting, because now we have, this is good that you're responding with your nods of your heads, because you see what the dynamics are here, 2-to-1, and as business owners, and I'm referring to the people in the audience now, as business owners and residents of the area, this is a point where you can respond, to us if you want to feed back. So I'm just proposing that the deliberations continue, unless you want to vote to
Continue to win.
next meeting, whatever.
You mean like next?
I'm just saying, we've got some folks that can give you very specific feedback now, and me too. I mean, I'm just.
Point out, even though this is a legislative matter, your record's closed, so if you're inviting or soliciting
Oh, yeah, and I was,
input,
yeah.
you might want to reopen the record so folks on every side of the issue would have an opportunity as well.
Okay, well, yeah, so that's fine. Thank you very much. I was just thinking, community leaders that are folks on the ground there that, now that they've seen this dynamic. But yeah, I wasn't trying to cross any lines there.
And procedurally, follow up on what Peter was saying, it sounds like there may need to be a motion to amend the county TSP and the Terrebonne Community Plan by adopting this refinement plan, and it sounds like it's going to die for a lack of a second, and then procedurally, you'll have what you need at your level.
That's fine, so that's up to me then. So I'll make that motion to adopt the Terrebonne Community Refinement Plan in support of a couplet, whatever the terminology was, sorry.
It's amending
Yeah.
the county TSP and the Terrebonne Community Plan.
And the Terrebonne Community Plan. So that would be a motion.
Well, I don't hear a second, so it die for lack of
Yeah,
a second.
so that's the business of the day.
My suggestion would be ODOT, look at this. I mean, I've heard the threats that, well, we'll just not do anything, we'll take the money elsewhere, but I don't think that's a good choice. I think the money is there to do the exchange at Lower Bridge Road. They want to do more highway. I'm in favor of doing the whole thing, and so we have 2 lanes going each way. But I don't know if there's more money or not. I think there is, and I think we should look for it. But I think the community has to be a plan that works for members of the community as well, and I don't think that's been satisfied. And so, do you want to continue any deliberations or leave anything open? I don't.
Yeah, I just thought that the lower bridge could have been done more professionally, I guess. I don't know how big that roundabout is. It's hard to look on the plan, but I really didn't want a roundabout like in Prineville. I wanted something bigger. There are huge hay trucks that are going up and down Lower Bridge that I meet all the time. It's that back way is really used. So the roundabout has to adequately handle that type of operation. So, they need to look at 11th Street. And, they were going to be taking a lot of land.
Okay, well, it doesn't sound like there's a motion or support for reopen or keep the deliberations open at this point, so I guess that concludes the matter for today. I guess we could reopen deliberations if there was somebody got inspired and wanted to do that, but.
Well, I mean, we'll get guidance about how to proceed now.
Yeah, the matter before you today has just died for a lack of a second. I don't know that there's anything that procedurally would preclude the board from reopening the record and potentially deliberating further to see if they can come to a decision. It died today for lack of any decision. There was no motion that succeeded, so I don't know that there's anything to preclude that. It's a legislative amendment, but that would take some action on the part of the board.
So it's just basically in stasis. Okay. All right, well, thank you for the discussion, and I may or may not see you again.
I'm sure you'll see us again.
Here, don't be so fatal.
All right, thank you.
So the next item on our agenda was the Eastern Oregon Counties Association discussion. So I'd put this on the agenda just to talk about what we can do to be more active. Is that? I don't think we only have 2 more items here, and the other one's Eric, so. So my question is, how do we become more valuably and connected to them? I tried to call into the last Blue Mountain thing, and it's so impossible to do over the phone. You can barely tell what they're talking about. We're not really participating in that whole Blue Mountain thing. It's so complicated. I mean, you start talking about those travel management plans and some of those things, and I want to stay involved with that stuff, but I don't know how we can do it effectively. So that's really the only reason I had it on the agenda. See what what each of us thought.
And recently, they went from, federal lobbying efforts to state lobbying efforts, the leadership, and we've seen some of those emails. I haven't been able to dial into the meetings recently, but, I mean, if we can kind of get on the same page, have some understood about the agendas, and, there's value in the Eastern Oregon counties, just the concept, having some camaraderie and common ground there. So I'm always been supportive of it, but yeah.
Well, I think we all are.
Yeah.
It's just how do we
I've been
be
having a hard time
effective?
staying engaged also, I guess, is the bottom line here.
So the group was in Washington DC, and we were talking about it a lot with like Department of the Interior and everything. So that was the really good news. I just think the phone call, they didn't have good access for the line the other day. I mean, it wasn't working right. But what I think is if we could alternate who was going to go, but one of us needs to go to those meetings, and if we just know that, okay, next, like this week, this time on the 26th or whenever, next Tuesday, that is the day that I already have a super commitment, but maybe the next month I could put it on my schedule. I know I'm going, and I really think.
Where is it on the 26th?
This next week? Sharon, do you know? Maybe, is it in Burns or something?
Last one was in Enterprise, which is about 6.5, 7 hours from here.
I know, it's, well,
24th is
And it was our
Okay,
problem is we
Tuesday?
have meetings on Monday, so
yeah.
it's like you have to leave after the meeting. Well, actually, the last one was the meeting after Terrebonne.
Do you see where? Okay. It's the 24th, Tuesday, the 24th. So, but I would definitely make the effort to go if I knew it was my responsibility that day, unless we had a blizzard or something, but because what they're doing is really important. They, they have the state law, because they all were connecting.
Invite them all here.
No, they already
We have
came
them
here.
here
We've already hosted them once. We'll host them again.
Yeah.
They liked it here.
Yeah.
So I would think, now we've got the connections with
Looks like
who
it'll fit
in
my
Washington.
schedule next Tuesday, I could offer to go.
Could you go?
It's a project to get out there and back.
I know, you
Wherever
got-
it is, we don't even know where we're going
If
yet.
we have
Yeah.
a busy Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you
have
could.
to get there. John
starts
Day's
at
not
10
too
or
bad.
John Day wasn't that bad.
Well, I didn't realize the Eastern Oregon counties meeting actually starts at
Monday.
7.
Yeah.
Or maybe there's
There's a
4
phone call Monday
calls
morning, yeah.
now, and I don't even know which one's which. I mean, like the one when we went to
John
John
Day.
Day, they'd had a meeting before that was really the Eastern Oregon counties.
Well,
When we got there,
they're
for it was the-
strategizing before they have the meeting with the feds.
And I'll offer
with
to
the
go in
Forest Service.
September before the weather gets bad.
Well, that's next year.
You think that's the best solution, is we make sure that one
I think so.
alternates each month and that it's on our schedule?
It's on our
Well, we can
schedule.
try that. But we should probably get there for the first meeting also, so
You really need to go the
whole
night
day.
before.
Yeah.
You need to go the night before. Because remember when they were here, we had it at Shiloh at 7:30? And that was just their strategizing, but that's part of the team. So, but the Washington DC people, they've got the contacts now. So they know who to get a hold of back there.
How many people went to Washington?
Oh, a lot.
From Eastern Oregon?
Oh, yes.
Because they were doing the Pilt fly-in, weren't they? or
They did
something?
that, yes.
Were they part of the county?
Yes.
At the White House also?
Mhm.
So they did both?
Yeah, we had
And they
there
really
was
got us spending money
a very, it was an enormous contingency, a couple from Wallowa, only one from Umatilla, but, yeah. There was a really good representation. Grant County had a couple of people there.
Good.
Yeah, so they did a good job.
Well, and what they're doing with the Blue Mountain Plan, I've finally got a map out to figure out what is the Blue Mountain Forest. It's huge because it goes all,
multi-state.
and it goes into Washington, but it's a huge amount of forests. So no wonder it's so complicated to make a plan for it. It's like, wouldn't you do better if you only had plans for each individual district or something, as opposed to the whole thing, all those counties, like you say,
Well, but remember,
multi-state.
that's the logical step here, but then there's the competing interests that make it get contentious.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how it's, opposed at the local and federal, and then, the appeals process is used. It just gets so,
The other thing we don't do is I was looking at the minutes and I was gonna get the letter about housing. We get support from housing stuff from Eastern Oregon counties. And we don't use them as much as they use us. I mean, we don't really get their support on stuff like we did with the smoke rule. We at least got it out there, although we learned there's a couple communities that didn't agree with it. But we have to do it where we get some benefit too, not just we're here if we ever want to do a Deschutes Forest Plan or something.
well, and then make sure we're not ostracized because of our population, because, all of a sudden we're talking to cattle ranchers that are commissioners, and then they don't see us as the partner that we want to be.
Yeah. Well, they may already feel that way.
Little ranchers.
Oh, but just saying, when it's a
Well, they
function of
see us as
population.
200,000
Yeah,
people,
exactly.
yeah.
They see us as this big thing, and we're like, hey, we're
20,000.
just trying to be partners here.
No, I think they appreciate it, honestly. They realize that the bigger the group, the more recognition there is.
But
And
we all have the same congressman. is
yeah, we do.
one
We
thing
share
that's a
congressman,
factor.
and it really helps when we're calling him.
So you're saying there's a phone meeting on Tuesday morning?
No, when is the phone
Monday
meeting?
morning.
It's a Monday morning at 7:30 in the morning is the phone meeting, like the day before, like on the 23rd.
Yeah, I understand that.
But that phone call, they need to fix that system. It's really,
Well, I
it's,
didn't even, that was the one that they just did.
Yeah, it was
couldn't even-
terrible.
but I called into the big one with the Forest Service the week, before that, and, you're not even you can't tell what they're talking about hardly. You can hear about half the conversations and. Okay, so our strategy.
we could also
basically
talk
is-
to the facilitator on that and see if she could be a little more helpful.
Yeah, that's
Remember
true.
Laurel, the facilitator that comes in,
To
that's,
make sure that they
Yeah.
check in with the phone all the time.
yeah,
If possible.
yes. So, but I really think getting someone there, so I'm happy to go in October if that's good. I don't know, what do you want to, whatever.
Yeah, no, it
I could be
doesn't matter.
flexible.
October, November doesn't matter to me.
It does how much snow's on the ground to me.
Yeah,
Doesn't
see, that's
mean
the
much,
thing.
so.
Okay.
Okay, well, so that's a strategy. All right.
You've heard me say a few times, let's make sure that this is a supportive organization in line with the Association of Oregon Counties and not competing. I just don't want to think that we're taken away. And Mike Eliason, and he didn't think that that was an issue at the District 2 meeting. Because ONC has a very specific federal purpose for the ONC policies of the agreements, done 100 years ago, and that's been their one and only focus. Eastern Oregon Counties is kind of meandered since it's been in place, different topics come and go. So, and it could be, with the dues discussion at AOC this fall, there could be some interesting dynamics that come up. If it gets expensive to be AOC member.
Right.
Well, they're different organizations and have different goals, but anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we have the last item is for recess is board direction on stiff from Eric.
STF.
STF, yes. The staff report is pages 1,135 and 1,136 in your packet, which are the last two pages. This item relates to federal transit administration requirements, procurement requirements related to special transportation funds, the STF funds. This is not the statewide transportation improvement funds, which are related to the payroll tax. The STIF funds come from state funds that are very flexible, and federal funds, which are often referred to as 5310, that have a match requirement that are not so flexible. The question before the board today is what direction the board would like the county to take in meeting the FTA procurement requirements related to these 5310 funds, and I'll explain more why this came up. And the two main choices are we join a joint cooperative procurement group of up to 6 municipalities, or we issue our own RFP. In the past, you'll recall that there's a local process for the STIF funds. Deschutes County has facilitated the local process, which includes an advisory committee made up of citizens appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. That group reviews applications from providers, makes a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. The board then forwards that on to ODOT, who ultimately approves it. The process that we're actually talking about relates to services that started just this past July. And as you recall, Judith kind of walked through the process where the board appointed new members, and then the board ultimately approved the projects. Well, recently the FTA clarified that the projects that receive these 5310 funds and the 9010 match funds must follow the guidelines that are consistent with federal procurement processes. In the past, we've had a local process that I just mentioned, and now the FTA has clarified that if organizations want to get this 90-10 match, they must follow federal procurement processes, which are different than the process we went through. COIC is eligible to directly receive these 5310 funds, but if they did, the match requirement would be more on the local side. So it's kind of almost an exercise in bureaucracy, but to receive the FTA funds, and I'll explain why. To receive these funds, qualified proposers must have a minimum of 5 years of experience providing similar service, and they must comply with all FTA and ODOT regulations. And so really, COIC is the only qualifying entity in our region right now. But in order to maintain this 90-10 match, we must go through this RFP process. So there are 6 entities: the City of Madras, Sisters, Redmond, Prineville, Warm Springs, and Deschutes County, that can either issue their own RFPs, that most likely COIC will be the only qualifying entity, or we could join a cooperative procurement group. There would be an IGA that lays out the parameters of this group that we can join, and then the City of Madras will take the lead to administer, to write and administer the solicitation. The City of Madras is using the law. I just want to point out the City of Madras is using the law firm of Bryant, Loveland, and Jarvis to draft the IGA and the RFP, the solicitation. That's also the same law firm that COIC uses. So I just want to put that on the record. There may need to be some type of conflict waiver. I mean, the law firm is developing the RFP, but obviously would not be involved in the selection. And there is a cost involved with joining the Joint Cooperative Agreement Group. Be happy to take any questions. I recommend that we join the Cooperative Procurement Group. If the board is supportive of that, they could approve county administrative signature of the IGA pending legal review.
So what was the cost?
The cost is estimated total is $7,500 that would be split among the participating agencies.
Oh, okay, it's a split then.
Yes.
Equal?
That's what's being proposed, or it could be maybe proportional to the dollars. But if it's split among 6, it's $1,250 to Deschutes County.
So these are federal transportation dollars, Special Transportation Fund, STF. COIC is our intergovernmental agency, our joint agreement to work with all of our local jurisdictions in Central Oregon, but we need to kind of be at an arm's length transaction to qualify because they run the public transit system.
Correct, and what the FTA is saying is that in order to use these 5310 funds and receive that 90-10 match, you have to go through a procurement process that is consistent with the federal procurement process, which is different than what we've done historically.
COIC, the entity, this would be a great place for this to happen because it's already our Council of Governments agreed upon common business place.
You mean for COIC to
do this whole project, but yeah, since they run the bus, they're conflicted.
Well, COIC can actually apply, can get these funds directly, but if they do, they don't get that 90-10 match. The match formula is less advantageous.
An exercise in more government.
Yes.
Why, I'd forgotten, but the county does the Lapine Area Transit Services, but Redmond does theirs, Sisters does theirs, Bend does theirs, is that right?
Yeah, we just.
Doesn't Lapine just do their own, and we don't have to be in it?
I'm not sure the answer to that. I could check with ODOT. I mean, we just facilitated the local process that included all that.
It's Dial-A-Ride. You're saying that, so it's Dial-A-Ride that picks up somebody from a front door and brings them to the transit service or to a medical.
Well, I'm just saying, I wonder if it's there because it dates back before Lapine was a city. Because all the other cities do their own, and it's like, well, why are we, it seems like it's more of a city thing, and or
I don't know
maybe it's
that they
because
do
it's a
their
rural.
own. I think
Well, who does-
Transit is the only one that has buses, so everybody contracts with
Well, who does
CDC
this,
anyways.
but according to what he's given us, Redmond Transit Service gets 436,000. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Isn't that
Yeah.
what you're telling us, or did in the last,
Well, the upcoming. I'll ask why Deschutes County is representing Lapine.
I'm just saying,
Yeah, that's
where it's
fine.
only a
Yeah.
small amount of money, I wonder if Lapine wants to do it themselves, because we don't do anything else in the county, so it's, I remember, I mean, we've had presentations since I've been here from Judith about what the funds are. It's not for everybody. It's for people with certain disabilities or needs, right?
Yeah, it predominantly is for elderly and people with handicaps.
Yeah, and that's not in here, but I don't think we've done this since you've been here, Commissioner Adair, but it's quite a bit smaller funding, but it's a certain kind of program. Okay, well, you're gonna find out about that then.
Yes, I'll find out. I mean, I don't think we can do it for this cycle because we've already applied.
Right.
So it'd have to be, this is for the next 2 years, so it'd have to be the next.
So we don't want to change it now, okay.
So the question is, do we want to join the cooperative procurement
think-
group?
Yes,
So-
or do our own.
I move that we join the cooperative procurement group as recommended.
And authorize county administrator's signature of the IGA pending legal review, if the board is comfortable with that.
What he said.
I second it.
Repeat it.
Any other comments? I agree with, for what it's worth, I agree, so, yeah, so that, let's vote. Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Okay, we're gonna adjourn, I guess, at this point and reconvene upstairs to do a few more matters. Thank you.
Straight there or?